What's up? What's going on? What's good, Yui gang? How is everybody? I hope you guys are doing well. But yeah, we're gonna
Shut the
go.
fuck up.
I just got here. Yeah, we're just gonna talk about the DLC stuff today. We're not gonna talk about it like after today though, because obviously I don't wanna. People are not gonna want to get spoiled. You know what I'm saying? So we'll just discuss everything today, and then
What's going on?
we'll go from
Yui
there.
Gang.
I had to go to a funeral today. I'm sorry to hear that. Why is this split still here? I'm not doing no hit running. Go away. Why is this here? Go. Bye. What is this? No. We're not doing no hit runs. That's not a thing. Anyway, yeah, 16 days left. Pretty cool. That's a start to a stream? Yes. Were the boss meme or themes? Those are memes. Yeah, they're all cool. Can't spoil it, but thanks. All goods, man. But yeah, we're just gonna talk about it today. That's it. I'm gonna go like react to other content creators' videos because like obviously, I couldn't talk to anybody else, so they probably know stuff that I don't even know. So I might learn something myself. Did you see that Ratio Scar? Who I don't know who that is. Like 2 months left, and now look at us. Yeah. What'd you have for dinner last night? Burrito tacos. How was the level design looking? It was looking good. It was looking good. The legacy dungeons, they wrap around in a circle. You guys will be pleased. You guys would be very pleased. What was Rolana's design like? First of all, Rolana. Why would they do that? Like with the names. Why would they do that? Like the stupidest name of all time. Rolana. He or she was cool. He or she was cool. Is holy damage good in the DLC? I used some holy damaging things and I didn't notice the bosses of which we fought that were holy resist. And we had 2 legacy dungeons, 2 remembrance bosses, and it didn't seem like any of them were like resist to holy damage. But obviously we don't know like the damage numbers, so like the DLC is not out. The DLC is out for everybody in a couple weeks from now. I just got to play it a bit early. I saw the Cuts champion set in the gameplay. Is it in the DLC? The Brave set, yeah, that's in the DLC, yeah. They pulled a Godfrey with yeah. Like we had like Quailag, Quailana, Gwyn, Guinevere, Gwendolyn, Melania, Melana, Godfrey, Godfrey, and now we have Renala and Rolana. That is the worst one yet. Do you have a new favorite weapon? I like the Beast Claws. They're really cool. They're kind of hard to control. Is it long enough? It's gonna be long. It's gonna be a big DLC. You look kind of cute. I know. This is the gameplay they sent me, so I'm just gonna watch it again, and I'll break some of the stuff down because like obviously there's some stuff that I couldn't go over. I didn't like really break the whole thing down, and I'm gonna watch other people's videos as well. I watch like Vardy's video and stuff. Interested in the Lights Greatswords? They're really cool, like super clean. Okay, one thing that we didn't have is like a lot of other weapons. Like, because basically how it started is that we had like a pre-made character. All the characters were at level 150. And they had about like 10 weapons that they gave us. All like new ones. And they didn't give us like any other talismans, ashes of war, or weapons from the base game. So I couldn't test out all like the ashes of war with different types of weapons. Are they map fragments? Yeah. There's like a map fragment like somewhere close to this location. This is like basically, this is the start of the DLC. This is where you like start off after you exit the cave. Crucible Wings is a Ash of War, yeah. Light's Greatsword guard counter build gonna go crazy. It is really cool. Super clean. Super clean. I didn't play with a crossbow. That's why I didn't talk about it in my video. I didn't play with the crossbow. I forgot because I'm pretty sure you get the crossbow very early on. There's like a boss. It's like an NPC boss. And it's like very early on, like in one of these locations. You can get to there in like 3 minutes. Not even that. But it's like an NPC boss, and he hit like super duper hard and had a lot of health. And I didn't get to kill him because my damage wasn't good enough. Because I wasn't using like an optimized build. I just went in there with like a random weapon. See you, Mr. White. Do you like the new leveling system? It's necessary. I'm not like a fan of it, but it's necessary. It's necessary. Otherwise, we'll just be like steamrolling the entire thing. But like, it makes sense. Because if we're going to be able to have to like buff our character a whole bunch just to do respectable damage, it makes sense. Are the big pots craftable items? Yes, they are. And I couldn't get to craft any. But I did pick up the items. There were like new crafting materials that you could pick up. So yeah. There was, I forgot what they were actually called. Also, by the way, there's going to be heavy greases. I didn't mention that, but there's going to be a heavy grease. I don't think anybody cares about using grease, but there's going to be a better version of like regular grease. Are the Greats katanas any good? They're cool. They're cool. I didn't show to show you like Kensei, but like basically how it works, the Great katanas, wait, hold up, is that like they do like these half chop swings. So it was kind of annoying when they try to hit like smaller enemies. It like went over their head. Do I have a katana with me? Is there a sword? Aha! Perfect demonstration. It was like, it was like that type of thing. Like Ichimonji like that. It's like that and like a mix of like poking attacks. It was like half swings type of thing. And like the weapon skill kind of worked that way. Are the worm guys friendly? Oh my god. The worm guys, these guys right here. These are the weirdest things. I don't know. You can kill them. These things are super weird. I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys, but like it's the goofiest interaction I've ever had. It's like more goofy than like those weird like anal bead looking enemies. It's the weirdest thing. It's super funny. I was like hitting them. I was like, what is even happening? I don't know what like their purpose is, but like they're pretty funny. Can we marry Millicent? Should we be hyped? Yes. Look, they said, the representatives at Bandai, they told me that it's going to be their biggest DLC, their biggest expansion. And the reason for that is because they wanted to meet player expectations. That's literally what they told me. They wanted to meet player expectations. So it's going to be the largest one. Which enemy gave you the most trouble? Oh my god, I gotta talk about this. Where are my screenshots? This fucker right here. Oh, I fucking hate this guy. I hate this guy. He's really cool. He's cool to fight the first time, but this guy's like in the first legacy dungeon, like Bellarat. Is this sword attainable? Maybe. There were a couple of like cool swords that are probably off like rare drops. I love games. Thank you for the follow. There are a couple swords of rare drops. He's not a boss. He's just a random enemy in the legacy dungeon. It's like fighting like a Lendel knight, but like he runs so fast, lunges so far, has like infinite poise, does so much damage. Yeah. So out of like, do you know how every DLC has those enemies? New talismans. Yeah, I talked about it in my recent video about the new talismans. The new talismans are broken. Yeah, this guy is in the first legacy dungeon, Bellarat. And yeah, he's kind of... can you get back to the normal map? Yeah, so how to go to the map or between the maps is you have to toggle R1 or RB. So you open up the map and then you toggle to go to like the Land of Shadows and you toggle back to go to the Lands Between, basically. So it's like it's a separate map. It's Kale in the DLC, I don't know. My biggest regret, my absolute biggest regret is not killing the NPCs. There was like 5 NPCs like very early on. The storm boosting talisman is going to be stupid. Yeah, because yeah, those are broken in PvP. Luna, thank you for the follow. Hold on a second. This enemy, or this NPC, I mean, this is like literally the first one that you see. She's like chilling right outside Mikola's cocoon. Like before you even enter the DLC, she's like chilling right outside. I forgot to kill her. I don't know if she drops her stuff. I don't know. Kyogo, thank you for the follow. There was like 3 other NPCs that I saw, and I had it in mind. I'm like, I gotta go back and actually kill them. And then I forgot. You interact with the cocoon, yeah.
Oh no, he's hot!
You interact with the cocoon. But she's like literally chilling right outside of it. The save file you played on was pre or post Forge of the Giants? It was before. They gave us a profile before, but I don't think it was because of any story reasons. I think they just made a character that was able to access the DLC as early as possible. But all the characters are at level 150. They just grabbed like all the wet blades for us, so we can actually make any infusion. They gave us a few larval tiers, but yeah, they didn't really give us like anything else. I had to like just to test out if like the heavy attack projectiles worked with the axe talisman. I actually literally had to go back to pick up the axe talisman because I actually didn't give it to us. Do you think 150 is too low or high? I think 150 is about right, because either way, the leveling system is going to be like the biggest part of it. Ren, thank you for the follow. Do you prefer golden retaliation or golden parry or carrying retaliation? Probably golden parry. It looks cooler. The new lightning spear, it's red, it's yellow. Yeah. Knight's lightning spear. Recommends getting 70 in every stat to meet the weapon and spell requirements if you want to. Do the new enemies bleed? I forget. Hope Mela has more dialogue. That'd be cool. Weapon type you're looking forward to the most? I'm looking forward to the light greatswords and the beast claws, because I like beast claws. Is the emit force any good? Emit force is not. It's not good for damage. It's just basically going to be for like ledge killing enemies. Any thrusting swords? I didn't see any thrusting swords. How was the weird beast boss? Let's go to him. Where is he at? He was very tough. If you don't want to hear me talk about this boss, leave now. But this guy had like 3 different phases that he kind of like kept interchanging in between. I didn't find him that many times. I kind of killed him because I wanted to kill him like straight away so I can actually explore everything else. So I fought him like 3 or 4 times. I died a few times, then I killed him. He's very challenging, has a lot of health. Feels like he just doesn't stop attacking, but I didn't really get to memorize his moveset. But he has like 3 different phases to where like he can summon like this snow terrain, then he summons like a rain, and there was like a lightning terrain as well. So kind of crazy. And it kind of kept going like back and forth. I wonder if they show it. This attack, you can't jump over it, by the way. I tried to jump over it, didn't work. Maybe I suck, but I thought you could. I kept getting hit. That shit is super clean. I actually didn't know you could actually use this until I got this footage. Spec, thank you for the follow. What weapons could be buffed or have affinity change? Yeah, I remember which ones could be. I mean, most of the weapons that I used, that I talked about, all of them could be infused. Combat, thank you for the follow. Join the stream and heard leave now. How many weapons are there precisely? I don't know precisely. The guy told me there's going to be about 100 weapons. So, about 100. There's no new infusions that I saw. Square off on a light's greatsword, I don't know. We didn't actually get access to any of like the base game Ashes of War. They didn't actually give it to us. How is the version of Hoarfrost Stomp? It's like identical like animation to Hoarfrost Stomp, it's just more damage.
Oh, no,
Any quality of life changes? Oh yes, there is one quality of life change. Gritis, thank you for the follow. One quality of life change is that when you open up your inventory, the first option is going to be recent items. So like any recent item that you picked up, key item, weapons, armor, shield, it's all going to appear in the first tab. So like every single time you pick up a new item, you're like, what the fuck is that? And you have to keep toggling between to figure it out. It's all going to be in the first inventory item menu. Martial arts scale off? I forget, I'm not gonna lie. I forget some of the scalings. I did notice, I remember there was one int faith weapon that didn't just get like split magic fire damage. It had like E scalings. I forgot what it was, whether it was like the perfumes or the fist weapons. It might have been the martial art weapons that actually had, it was like weird. It had like E scalings and int and faith. I don't know what was going on there. Does the map seem like it fits in the middle of the lands between? No. It's definitely a different location. Are the perfumes infinite? Yes. The perfumes are like actual weapons. You just keep spamming them like actual weapons. Gonna be the DLC, the sleep builds are going to have more options? Maybe. Can we swim? No. We cannot swim. The Super Saiyan, the melee weapons scaling, and the beast roll requirements? I don't remember. I don't remember the requirements. Weapons that have a projectile attack that are not throwable? Yeah, I talked about it. Or like the Smith script, I forgot the record. But there's an axe that you can throw with a heavy attack. There's a spear, and there's a great hammer. How big does the map roughly look? It's pretty fucking big. Like, the first area that you walk into, like here, to the right of this location, there's like a cliff. Like if you keep going right for like about 30 seconds, there's a cliff. And overlooking the cliff, there's like a whole fucking section down there. We couldn't have access to that location. Simp, thank you for the follow. How many content creators are there? Well, I went to obviously I live in Sydney. So I went to like the Sydney office and there was like 4 different sessions like across different days. I went there on Friday. I went there with the last session. There was like 4 other like journalists there. Oh, 3 other. There was 3 journalists. There was like 4 people in total, including myself. The funny thing was, they asked me to go on Thursday. They actually messaged me on Thursday. And they're like, while I was streaming, and it was like, oh, could you make it in today? I was like, no, it's a bit too late. It's still good to go tomorrow. And like, yeah, that's fine. And I get there on Friday. Chilencio, thank you for the follow. I get there on Friday. And they was talking. It's like, oh yeah, Vardy was here yesterday. I'm like, no. I could have saw Vardy. God damn it. The funny, I actually thought about it as well. I'm like, I wonder if Vardy, because Vardy's Australian too. So I was like, I wonder if he's going to be there. Damn. Any new arrow types? Archery outside of the bone bow. I didn't see any new arrow types, no. Didn't know you were Aussie? I am. I'm Australian. Mr. Cannon events, yeah. I actually thought about it. I was like, I wonder if Vardy's going to be there. Any catalyst weapons? I didn't see catalyst weapons. No. Although I did hear something, I was like looking at some shit on like Reddit today, and apparently there's going to be like a catalyst that can cast both sorceries and incantations. I didn't actually see anything, so we've got to go watch other people's videos now. A tarnished archaeologist. Early new weapons class ranking? No, I'm not going to do ranking videos. Any new dragon incantations? I didn't see any, no. All the spells that I saw, I talked about in the video. There was actually one that I didn't talk about that I forgot to, but like I didn't really have much information on anyway. Do you know Miriam, the NPC? In the carrying inverted tower thingy? Do you know her like teleporting shit that she does? That was a spell, but you don't teleport like anywhere near as far. It's not like it is in the Convergence mod as well, by the way. But like that was a thing, and I was trying to use it, and I used it for a couple minutes, and I couldn't figure out what the fuck it actually does. Like it's like some weird like iframe teleport, but it just feels like a worse Bloodhound step, but as a spell. I'm not sure if it does like, I tried to figure out if it does like damage or something, but I couldn't figure it out. I don't think I actually I should have read the spell, but I was like in panic mode, you know? It was like 10 minutes to go at that point. We didn't have enough time. DLC is going to be as big as Dark Souls 3? Probably not. Reused enemies like in the base game. The only area that actually had reused enemies was the second dungeon, or second legacy dungeon. It was called like Castle Ensis, I believe. That one was like a magic based one. It basically had all the same enemies from like Raya Lucaria and Carrier Manor. Fog, thank you for the follow. Which weapon did I have the most fun with? Probably the Lights Greatswords. I use those the most. I saw like Troll Knights. I saw the Raya Lucaria weird enemies, the Burger Head, the Burger King guys. There was Moongrum as well. Fucking Moongrum was in there, but he was actually using the Troll's Night Sword or the Moon Irithel Sword. So he's not parrying, which is fine. How much of the DLC you think you got through? Like percentage base? Probably like fucking 10%. I'm thinking like 10, 15%. It seems like it's going to be pretty fucking big. Any criticisms that I have? It's the same game. Like, as you can see right here, it's just big and empty. But like, the whole idea of having an open world that's like big and empty is so you can see where you can go. And obviously appreciate the scenery and stuff. But like, it's the same thing. It's not like a complete different experience, you know? It's the same formula. New curve swords? I didn't see any new curve swords, no. Any muscle mummies in the DLC? Oh, by the way, but I see if there's like a screenshot for it. But like most of the NPCs were actually female. Even the one with like the really big armor set that looked like Havel, she's a chick too. The trailer literally just shows the first area. Yeah, this actually doesn't showcase the second legacy dungeon. But yeah, we basically had an area that was like half the size of Limgrave, and there was like two legacy dungeons. Does the new bear have arcane requirements? I actually didn't notice. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so, no. Did you try the great katanas? Yeah, the great katanas are cool. One thing I didn't really care for was like the weapon skill, because like I had like a really long animation. Like the one like the downward chops. I don't know how much stance damage it does though. So hopefully it does some nice stance damage. But we didn't actually have any of like the multi-hit talismans, so I couldn't really like... Map size? I don't know. We got to play like the first few hours, which was like half the size of Limgrave. After the second legacy dungeon where you kill Rolana, there was like a whole other area. We weren't allowed to go there. I walked in, I took like one step inside and I looked. Not allowed to talk about it as to what it looks like. Because I was not supposed to walk into there. But yeah, it looks pretty big. I don't know, the relationship between Renala and Rolana. I really don't. How large was the second legacy dungeon? It didn't seem that large. It felt like Ray Lucaria size. The first legacy dungeon had like a lot of like branching off paths. Where is it at? This location, Ballarat. There's like a bunch of like branching paths, and it's kind of felt like Stormvale Castle in terms of level design, but like thematically it looks like Lendel, because you can fight upon rooftops, you can go down to like a little underground sewage area, and there's like a bunch of doors. Some of them were actually locked that required a key. I remember picking up the key, but I didn't actually go back to those locations. Ran out of time. Changes to the multiplayer menu. I didn't notice any changes to a multiplayer menu, no. Any new great spears? I didn't see any. There's probably going to be new great spears though. How big do the great katanas seem compared to the Nagakiba? The great katanas were just like fatter. They were just fat. Like they seems like basically just as long as a Nagakiba, but just like fat. Not as fat as a curved greatsword though. Girthia, yeah, Girthia. The poise value of the Black Knight set with the crossbow. The poise value of... What do you mean? Is there any swamps? I mean, like... This is like the only like swampish thing that I saw. Whatever the fuck this is. I didn't see any swamps though, no. There's most likely going to be swamps. There actually was like some... Like this obviously looks... Where is it at? Did I go past it? Yeah, here. This looks very swampish. We actually didn't have access to go to this location, so I don't know where the fuck this is. I don't know where this is. My yapping actually finally paid off. I know. There's like a bunch of other content creators that didn't actually get to go. I guess I harassed Bandai Namco enough. I'm like, hey, fucking let me in. I just like rocked up to their front doorstep, knock on the door. Can I play? I didn't do that. I didn't do that. But it's a good thing I went, because I obviously broke down a lot of gameplay. Sent them 420 emails. Yeah. Let's go check out Vardy's video. I want to see what he learned that I didn't. He has a lot more views on his than mine, which makes sense. He's got like 3 million fucking subscribers. That makes a lot of sense. He talked about lore mostly. Did you meet Vardy there? No, I went the day after Vardy. Vardy's vid has a fair bit of spoilers. Oh, does he? Does he talk about like anything? Does he have timestamps? He does. Everything I discovered. My first playthrough. Which part is the one that has this? I'm guessing this is like the lore-based stuff, right? And everything he discovered. Oh no, this seems like the lore-based stuff. You like the anti-Vardy? Spoilers galore? Okay, we're not gonna watch it then. I'll watch it in my own time. The second part is spoilers. Okay, so the first part is not spoilers. The Solitude Knight set? I don't know. The poise values of the armor sets. I don't know. I didn't keep track of that stuff. Like we played for 3 hours and I had to go like... Yeah. Can I show you my Elden Ring build anyway? You can go post it on the Discord. I could probably watch it, see it there. He yaps spoilers the entire time. Okay. Well, I don't want to spoil my chat, so... That's fine. That's okay. We can keep watching the video. That I have, and I can talk about things along the way. Why does it keep minimizing? Stay still. You could record your own gameplay? I couldn't record my own gameplay. No, this is gameplay that they gave us. I wish I could. I would have a lot more things that I could show you guys, but... Yeah, unfortunately I couldn't. Did you beat any boss? I beat all the bosses. This boss I beat. Rolana, I beat her too. Apparently not many people actually actually beat those bosses. The people that I was actually with, it was a bunch of journalists. They didn't even actually play the game much. None of them actually beat the bosses. I think they beat one of them. None of them actually beat both. I did, but I actually played the game. And actually killed this fucking giant fire dude. Apparently no one else actually did. At least in the Sydney events. Any blood flame stuff? I didn't see any. This guy, by the way, he has like a fuck ton of health. So I was like hitting him and I was doing like terrible damage. But like, this is after I killed the 2 Remembrance bosses. This was at level 150. After I killed the 2 Remembrance bosses. So I was like, I'm just gonna kill this guy, see what's up. I kept whacking at him. I was like, this is doing terrible damage, but I'm just gonna keep going. Until like I noticed that like you're hitting his legs and it had like a little like effect of something breaking. Then I hit the other leg and it broke as well. I'm like, okay, well something is going on. Then I kept hitting him. Then I procced a stance break. And then you can get a visceral attack on its face after it collapses to the ground. And it did like 60% of its health. It's like, oh, okay. It was like a 5-minute fight. He does a bunch of stomping attacks. And they're all like large AoEs and you have to jump over them. So, like the golems? Yeah, kind of like the golems, yeah. But he has like 500 poise. Like it was like a 5-minute fight. This shit was crazy. I was just using light greatswords though. So it's not the quickest poise breaking tool in the game. Someone said the bosses are harder than Malekith. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that one. The bosses are hard, but I guess I use like cheese type things. I use like a charged heavy attack build for the first boss, and then I spammed the fuck out of the Knight's Lightning Spear for the second boss. That was broken, so I guess I kind of just cheesed them. Anyway, this guy. He does have like this one big stomping attack. I use like the horse iframes, the dismount frames to like dodge that one. But I killed him and he dropped the deflect hard tier. So if no other content creators didn't talk about the deflect hard tier, it's because they didn't kill this guy. I did. Are the bosses hard or annoying hard? Kind of both. How hard is a lion dancer from a scale of 1 to 10? Look, he's pretty challenging. I'd say at least like an 8 or a 9. I think both of them are at least an 8 or a 9. They just hit super duper fucking hard. And their movesets are not that easy to recognize, especially this guy. I didn't see any new scythes, no. Are the bosses viable to no hits? They're going to be able to get no hit, yeah. I think so. Like, I only got to fight him like 3 times. I killed him like my 3rd or 4th attempt. Because, like, I was just using, like... I used the new weapon I talked about, how it has the Colossal Sword with the Godslayer's light attack combo and a Zweihänder heavy. I used that one, and I used the Flame Spear Asher War. I buffed my weapon with the Flame Spear Asher War, and then I just spammed charged heavy attacks. Did a fuck ton of damage, and I kind of fucked him up pretty quickly. Rolana is very interesting. Rolana is not like a sorcery boss. She uses twin blades. She uses like twin light greatswords. She power senses them. New spells seem fun, trying to avoid spoilers. The spells were fun, yeah. They were fun. Some of them I consider to be somewhat underpowered, but they're pretty fun. What category I post the build on Discord? Whatever one you seek fit. You can just go post it in general if you want to. Or like PvP. If it's a PvP build. You can just ask for tips there. Does Rolana look like Renala? No. The only similarity I can say... The funny thing was... Demon Seed. Do you want to know about Rolana's moveset? It's kind of like Pontiff, yeah. I just want to talk about one attack. I'll talk about one, but her moveset is very similar to like Rolana. Not Rolana. Moveset is very similar to like Pontiff. I feel like there was someone else I want to, like, she was similar to somebody else as well. I forgot. But Pontiff was like the main one. Because like she has like a fire and a magic sword. Rolana, you don't see Rolana here in this trailer at all. And they're power stance weapons. I talked about it in the video. The one that I said that was spoilers is the Rolana's twin blades. Those are the ones. Yeah, it's a fire magic sword. The fire portion summons like this cool fire tornado that like, I think it's pretty close range AoE, but like it's pretty large. And then it has like, the second one has like magic projectiles. Kind of looks like the Moonveil katana projectile, but it like it travels further, but not as quick. But it's pretty cheap though. Do you think Messmer will be the final boss? Probably not, no. Are any weapons stronger than anything in the meta right now? No. Like typically the DLC weapons across all the games are always like more fun, but they're not really necessarily the best. Or sometimes they can be. Will there be a Faith Katana? There better be. I'll see you, Fish. Any duo bosses? I didn't see any duo bosses, no. Anyway, Rolana had this attack. I don't know if it's a he or a she, but summoned the... Do you know like Rolana's, the moon? The moon attack? Summons 2 moons. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to have to dodge 2 moons. It's like they're going to protract towards me the same way that Rolana's moon does. And then it fucking slams to the ground in this massive like AoE that covers the entire arena. And like, what the fuck? So that was pretty funny. It definitely... I thought it was just going to be like... And then like, you know, the same way that the other moon projectiles do. No. No. How big would the DLC be? I think I played like 10 to 20% of the DLC. And that was like 3 hours. And I was 2 legacy dungeons. I think it's going to be pretty fucking big. I'm pretty hyped. I would say 10. Yeah. Are we still maidenless? Yeah. Are the new fist weapons actually good? I think they're going to be good. Like, obviously, I couldn't get to optimize all these different weapons. I didn't have time. I don't think they're going to be as good as, like, Star Fist and Raptor Talons, but, like, not many things are. Hope luck is a stat. Is it the DLC after normal game? You get access to DLC at the Miquella's Egg. After Moog. So you have to kill at least Moog, and you have to kill Radahn as well. Can you change the affinity of the new Light's Greatsword? Yes. But almost every single weapon that I talked about can actually be infused. The only one that I couldn't was the one I talked, or was the Rolana's Twin Blades. That's like the only one. Everything else I talked about, you can infuse. Actually, no, not the perfumes, I don't think. I wish I played more with the perfume weapons. I didn't get around to it. Probably not the perfume weapons, that would make sense. Any word on the larval tier bell bearing? No. No word on that. Holy damage could give it any favors. I didn't see any like holy damage specific buffs, so. The bear claws can be Yeah, they're called... Actually, the weapon class is called Beast Claws. I played with the Bear Claws, so that was the confusion. That's why I called it Bear Claws in the video. The weapon class is called Beast Claws. But Bear Claws is one of them. I played with, like, the red Bear Claws. They were kind of cool. The one that you actually see here in the gameplay... where is it? Where is she? Yeah, right here. This one looks a lot cooler than the one I played with. Because, like, the Beast Claws are my favorite weapon in Bloodborne. This shit's super cool, by the way. It's, like, super hard to control, though. So when you're playing, like, locked off, it's, like, basically impossible. Well, I didn't see an Ancient Dragon bell bearing, no. I've played, like, the first part of it. I didn't play the entire thing. Do you think Elden Ring is the easiest FromSoft game? Probably not, no. Unless you're looking up guides. If you're looking up a guide, then yeah. It does look really cool, though. And this actually does... It should do bleed. Because, like, the ones that I played with did bleed. So, hopefully all the Beast Claws do bleed. One gripe that I have about these throwable weapons is that, like, it doesn't have, like, a cool animation to bring it back. That'd been cool if it had, like, a return animation or, like, it just had some cool particle effect to summon it back. Because after you throw it, it just, like, appears in your hand again. But all the weapons work that way. Like the Smith script weapons. I forget what they're called. But yeah, the spear, the hammer, it works the same way. Did you get to use the pink AoE magic spell from the DLC trailer? No. What did the perfume scale with? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I wish I played with the perfumes more. I was just testing out so many things. The Brave set is attainable. It's not called the Brave set, but it is attainable. This armor set is, yeah. It was called something different. Devil, thank you for the follow. New weapon scalings? No, there's no, like, new stats if that's what you're asking. How was the music? It was good. It was good. How was that Colossal Flambeau you mentioned? The Colossal Sword that has the Godslayer's Greatsword light attack and the Zweihander heavy? I used that for, like, the first part of the playthrough. To kill the first boss, it was, like, really good. Really good. There's a throwable hammer? Yeah. Oh, it's a throwable great hammer. So it's like, it kind of works like this. But it just throws a great hammer instead. But the charged heavy attack, it kind of spins around. So it does like a few like pirouetting spins. And actually does have a hitbox. So using it at point blank can actually do more damage. And then it throws out the hammer. In like a horizontal like swing. It doesn't do as much stance damage as like a regular great hammer. Otherwise I'd be broken.
Oh yes, Daddy.
I didn't see Spinning Chain. Deathbird's cousin, Death Flamingo. Crob, thank you for the follow. Those birds shooting Ghost Flame? It seems like it. But yeah, this is still part of the Bellarat Legacy Dungeon. Did you use the PvP at Pontiff? Yes, many a times. At least like 1,000 hours are put there. Probably not 1,000, close to it though. Do you think Death's Pocus counts as a stance weapon? No, because you can't like hold onto it, so no. Any updates to the multiplayer? We didn't get to play anything online related at all. No. There were like some Spirit Ashes. I didn't actually get to play with any of the Spirit Ashes. Not because I didn't want to. I just wanted to play, see how like the bosses actually fought. And obviously I was testing everything else. I'm not really a Spirit Ash guy. But it seemed like, I mean, the people that I was next to, like the journalists and like the reviewers and stuff that were like next to me, they were actually using the Spirit Ashes because... Anyway, but like they were using them and apparently they were really good. I think like there was like one knight that you could summon that was like super broken. Oh, there was actually this one knight that had this like really cool like holy buff. And like this great hammer. Oh, I forgot what it like kind of worked like. I was hoping he would drop it, but it's probably going to be a pretty rare drop. But like there was this cool like great hammer that had like a holy effect. And he like kind of like slammed it to the ground and like buffed the weapon. It was like, I don't know, it was kind of weird. It looked really cool though. You don't really see this guy here though. I didn't get any enemy drops, no. I think I picked maybe like I got like a chest piece to drop or some shit like that of one of the new enemies. Any new buff spells? No. I didn't notice any buffs. Unless like the bear roaring attack, the bear roaring spell might be a buff. Any new weapons make the old weapons redundant? Probably not, no. Not that I notice. Unless like great katanas get like some special like something that makes curved greatswords useless, but I don't think that'll be a thing. The new bosses match with the base game Remembrance bosses.
What's going on?
They're really good. They're still like the same quality. They seem like they're going to be pretty complicated. And the second one, Rolana, kind of feels like Morgott situation. How like you just feel like you just never got an opening and your opening lasts like a second. She doesn't get like 3-hit, 4-hit combos. It's like, they do feel like overly designed bosses, you know? I was at level 150 and you can infuse Milady, yes. Is the perfume weapon broken? No. And the way I played with it, and I didn't like the perfume weapon. I killed like 3 enemies. I tested out on Steven. I'm like, this doesn't stagger him. It seems pretty slow. Can you change Ashes of War on the perfume weapons? I don't remember. I don't think you can infuse it. Not a fan of that type of boss philosophy? Yeah. It's kind of like... It kind of feels like fighting like Pontiff and like Morgott type of thing. She has like some cool attacks, but like she just hits super duper hard. But like I try to like... I don't remember what the requirements were for Milady, no. I don't remember them being that high. Because I kind of like remember I've changed up to a faith-based build. They only gave us like the finger seal. I was like, I want to test out the damage of these spells. So I ran to the Volcano Manor. Well, not ran there, but it was already accessible. So I went to the Volcano Manor to pick up the Erdtree seal. I leveled it up to +10 just so I could test out some good damage. Like, we're not going to fucking test out these spells with a finger seal. Like, come on now. It scales with Dexter. Oh, I think it was more quality, actually. I think it was more quality. I think going either way is fine with the lights greatswords. I kind of forget now. Kind of forget. How many smithing stones did you have? They gave us like an okay amount. Oh, another weird thing about smithing stones. Going through this legacy dungeon, I was picking up like smithing 3s and smithing 4s. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. Like the items I was picking up along the way were like 3s and 4s for some reason. Or like 4s and 5s maybe? Why am I picking up some smithing 4s? I was like, what the fuck is this? These enemies are hitting super hard. Why am I picking up smithing 4s? Best moveset on the new weapons. Probably the lights greatsword. Is quality not shit in the DLC? It can be viable if you're at higher levels. Do you think level 500 to 525 on New Game Plus 8 is valid? I'm sure you will have a fine experience. Can't wait for those level 1 runs. Yeah, they're going to be interesting. Any new BS enemies? Yeah, there was this one fucking dude. This fucking guy. I don't like him. He's cool and all, but like, he's cool to fight the first time. But like when you see like 3 of them in the legacy dungeon and they respawn. I gotta show you guys all the screenshots that I got sent. This one was probably seen before. That one. That's the perfumer one. That's the one showing the Smith script spear. I think. Don't know what the fuck that is. These shields, I don't know. It feels like it's just like a regular shield. Like you're just hitting with a regular shield. That's kind of what it feels like. This fucking thing, I didn't know what this was. We didn't get access to this spell. But, that looks pretty badass. What do the new Death Blight weapons scale with? I didn't play any Death Blight weapons. This is actually, no, this is actually outside of the first or the second legacy dungeon. Because this Troll Knight is outside of the legacy dungeon. The castle I forgot the name. I didn't see any blood sorceries. How do you feel about the DLC overall? Well, I got to play like the first 3 hours and it's really good. It just feels like the same type of game, same formula and everything. It just feels, this overall quality is just like higher, is better than average, basically. Did you fully explore the legacy dungeons? I explored them as much as I could. I know definitely for sure the Ballarat legacy dungeon, there were like some doors that I did not go through that required keys. So I didn't explore all of them, no, like thoroughly. I didn't have the time. What did Rolana look like? She had like a knight set on. You couldn't see her face or his face. I don't know what it actually is. She seemed womanly, I guess. But like it was a pretty cool knight set, very slim. Power stancing these like cool light greatswords. It was a pretty cool armor set. It was like a silver armor set. Another funny thing about the Rolana boss fight is that it took place outside. It looked very similar to like the Loretta's boss arena in Carrier Manor, but probably like a bit smaller. And actually, it could rain in that boss fight as well. Like it was like RNG weather. It's like sometimes you enter the boss room, it was raining, sometimes you didn't. And there was like a big water puddle in the middle. So like using lightning damage, which is what I did, worked pretty well. I used like the Knight's lightning spear and that kind of just fucked her up. I didn't see any reskinned bosses, but like you see like, you know, some rare Lucario enemies, but I didn't see any reskinned bosses. I didn't actually test out any madness spells, so I didn't have access to the spell. Did the bosses feel harder? They kind of feel like the same. They kind of feel the same. This is like a random NPC that you can see. I don't know what the fuck that is in the background. Don't know what that is. The keys are in the same legacy dungeon. I think it wasn't the same legacy dungeon. I think I remember picking up a key. I was like, oh, that's a key for like this other area. And I didn't go back there. So, what's going on, Bromac? I didn't greet you because there's like fucking 400 people across both Twitch and YouTube right now. So, the new Troll Greatsword good? Oh, the Moon Irithel sword is basically like the Troll's Night Sword, but it just has Great Blade Phalanx now. Where was the DLC on the map? You have to go toggle R1. If you toggle R1, it takes you to the other map. Any weapons that may seem like a problem in PvP? Maybe like the backhand blades, kind of like the curve swords, I guess. Maybe, maybe the like, I don't know. I don't really pick up anything like, oh, this is going to be cancerous in PvP. I don't really pick anything like that up. I'm not too sure. Find any new strength, faith, big sword? No. Kill any NPC to steal their armor? I didn't. I regret it, bro. Every single day since I've left that place, I was like, I forgot to kill the NPCs. Did anybody else kill them? Did you guys like watch other videos? Did anybody else kill them? I completely forgot. Slapman, what's up, man? I did not use this frenzied spell. No, this was not accessible to us. When did I play it? I played it like 2 weeks ago. Vardy said he killed one. Who did he kill? Did he kill the blonde hair lady? Because there was like 3 NPCs that you could see like right at the beginning of the game. The blonde hair NPC was like outside of Mikula's egg. Just standing outside of it. Like right next to it. The stat requirements for Milady, it was pretty low from my memory. I don't like remember it being that high. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was more dexterity based or not. I kind of forget. Have any hopes for the multiplayer improvements? Hopefully we have like 6-player invasions or 6-player just online sessions in general. I did not see the Milady requirements, no. Did you recall the requirements for the perfumes? No. No. I didn't play with the perfumes much. I kind of forgot what they even scaled off. I'm not going to lie. It was just like, it just all happened. I had 3 hours and I had to go explore everything, clear out 2 legacy dungeons, kill the bosses, and also test all the weapons and spells. It just wasn't enough time. And also test all the talismans. Is Torrent in multiplayer? I don't know. I didn't get to play multiplayer. Any duo boss fights? No. Holy damage is probably going to be very viable in the DLC, yes. I didn't see any bosses that seemed like they will resist the holy damage. Why use perfume when you can use a big sword? Maybe like aesthetically, it looks cool. The martial art weapons don't have a fixed Ash of War, no. You can infuse those ones. I didn't see any new Faith weapons, no. I mean, there's only like one Somber weapon that I found, which was the Rolana's Twin Blades that has Int and Faith. Kind of like the Sword of Night and Flame. It does fire and magic. I didn't notice picking up any Larval Tears, no. Did not notice that at all. I don't know why it's showing me like gameplay of like a bandit knife. Like, show me something new. Any armor pieces with unique effects like the white mask? I didn't notice any. Like the only armor sets that I kind of saw that were different was like this one, even though that's kind of cut content and I use this like a whole bunch. And that's about it. Honestly. I think there was like one other one. I forget. I think the light greatswords are more quality. I think they were more dexterity though. I think the Milady kind of had a better dexterity scaling. Do you like the bear claws? The bear claws are really fun. They were just hard to control. And like the bosses that I was fighting and testing out with the bear claws, it just didn't really work out as well because those things like attack really fast and like have lots of poise. Do the throwable weapons... No, the throwable weapons don't use any FP. So you can just keep spamming them over and over. Weakest damage type in the DLC in your experience? I don't know. I have to go look at like the boss resistances, you know? Yeah. Vardy said you could throw a Great Hammer. You can throw a Great Hammer, yeah. I talked about it in my video. But yeah, the Great Hammer you can throw is like the Smith script Great Hammer. It's with the heavy attack. You can like fully charge it and it does like a spin to win. And it just throws the fucking hammer. It's pretty cool. Like my problem is with that one is that like when you're using Great Hammers, you kind of want to use charged heavy attacks to poise break things. And it's not going to do good poise damage. Nowhere near as good as like a regular Great Hammer. And it does have like a longer animation because like you're spinning twice and then throwing it. Did you get the Godwin Knight axe weapon? What the fuck is that? I did not pick that up. New music? I mean, yeah, there's lots of new music, yeah. I didn't see any reskinned bosses. What does the Great Hammer look like? Kind of like the duelist, the Rodden axe, not the Rodden, the battle axe, battle hammer, I mean. Whatever the duelist hammer is. It looked like that. It wasn't that large. It was pretty small, but I think it had a bit more range than the duelist hammer. Holy damage is going to be fine. Holy damage is fine in the base game. It's just the worst one. That's all it is. It's fine in the base game. How was the overworld music? It seemed similar. It seemed like just as good as it was in the base game. There's no new infusions or rat blades that I noticed. Most interesting sorceries incants? Well, my favorite incantation is the Knight's Lightning Spear. That one is just like regular lightning spear, but it gets like 4 homing projectiles. And then the sorcery is... I didn't get to play with many sorceries. There was like 2 or 3 that I could play with, and one of them being this one, which is like the most interesting one. Pretty cool. It's pretty cheap as well, so... Not too bad. Any new OP weapons? It doesn't look like it, no. Washib, thank you for the follow. I still have my fucking notes here. These notes have been sitting here. 4 pages of notes. Been right under my nose for 2 weeks. You guys didn't even know about it. What other fucking spells were there? There weren't many, like... There was like 3 sorceries that were available to us, and they gave us like 10 incantations. Like, I didn't notice picking up any Dragonstones, no. Did the gravity sorcery cancel out if you spammed it? Oh. I didn't know. I didn't check that. Like, if it goes away after you use it a second time? It probably doesn't. I didn't actually remember testing it out like that. I didn't notice anything like that. That's a good fucking question. I didn't see the pink sorcery in the trailer, no. Or in the gameplay, no. Offhand any good? What do you mean offhand? How about the Divine Frost Stomp? Does it have a charge? Oh, I don't know if you can charge it or not. I don't think I tested that. I think I tried to and it probably doesn't. I know, it probably doesn't get a charge. But it does just, it's like the same thing as Whole Frost Stomp. It feels like it goes just as far. It just does more damage. They probably just use placeholders for items because they just didn't want to reveal stuff. Yeah. This armor set goes hard. It's a pretty cool hat. Any good bleed weapons? The only bleed weapon that I found was the bear claws, the red bear claws. That was the only bleed weapon. They're pretty cool. I think it was like strength based. Majito, thank you for the prime sub, man. Appreciate it.
Prime sub, cousin going on vacay day of DLC drop. Sash.
Damn, that's crazy. Going on vacation. Rip. Aiden, thank you for the follow. I mean, yeah, the beast claws that I played with, it had like a weapon skill that did like this weird like backward claw attack that had like very bad range, but it kind of like had a similar animation to like the blood flame talons, but like it was just like a claw attack. It had a cool animation though, but it has like really good stance damage. Well, the boss runbacks good. The boss runbacks were not bad at all. It was practically right outside the boss room. For the 2 remembrance bosses that I fought. The level design of the legacy dungeons were actually pretty good. Like, both of them actually had like a main shortcut and it wrapped back around in a circle. You guys would be very happy to find that out. Do you think poison builds might be viable because of the new poison ash ore? Maybe. Maybe. I didn't really get to test it out much, so I'm not sure how much damage it actually can do. Obviously, I didn't get access to like the mushroom crown or the kindred of rot. I didn't see any sleep incantations. Heard Iron Pineapple say that the great katanas have both light and heavy ash. Yes, I talked about it. There's a stance. The stance is the light attack. I think it was just one downward chop. I think they're both downward chops, but like they're like half chops. And it's like the heavy attack with like a bunch of like these chops. Kind of like, it's not really like Ichimonji, but like kind of like Ichimonji. Kind of like that from Sekiro. I didn't notice any swamps, no. Ouroboros said there was a bone dragon. A bone dragon. I didn't notice a fucking bone dragon. What build and rune level are you going to go into the DLC? I don't know, probably just go with like a Faith Int build, maybe using Sword of Night and Flame, and I'm just going to be level 150. It was just a reskin dragon? I don't know. I didn't notice a dragon. Did the torrent scale with the new system? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if torrent scales with the new system. Nuggets. What's going on, man? What was the second remembrance boss? Well, the first one was like this fucking guy. And the second one was Rolana. Not to be confused with Renala. Rolana. They were cool. Any criticisms I have? I think any criticisms that you have in the base game is also going to apply to this one. You could say that the balancing could be out of whack. You could say like a lot of the areas could seem like pretty empty, but like that's how open world games just tend to be designed. And that the bosses might be a bit challenging and just don't stop attacking sometimes, I guess. But yeah, it's still like, it's the same formula. Torrent does scale. Vardy talked about it. Oh, that's cool. Are the bosses hard? Yes. Do you have any good build for Int Faith mixed builds? I think I have. You can go check out my build playlist on YouTube. I think I have a Sword of Night and Flame build out there. Do you think there'll be a secret second area like Siofra? Yes. I think there will be. Is it possible that the line thing is made of grafted body parts? I don't know. Don't know. The boss is pretty cool though. I had like a bunch of these really like cool attacks. But yeah, like I could summon like this cool like frost arena and like it had this like snowstorm going on, and then had this other one where I could summon some rain and start spamming a bunch of lightning. It was crazy. None of them had like a second phase cutscene though. I think I liked Rolana better. I think Rolana had more recognizable attacks. How is the DLC armor fashion-wise? We didn't notice many armor sets. They gave us like 2 different armor sets that were actually different. Like, which is, one of them was actually cut content in the Brave set. And I think the other one was like fucking this one. There were like some enemies that had the chances to drop armor, and Rolana is probably going to get her armor set. Oh, another thing. You actually can, after you killed this boss, you can actually get that as a helmet. It's like some big fucking helmet. You can actually get it as a helmet. You don't have to buy it as well. You actually go back to the boss arena after you kill it and you can just pick it up. I think it does. It has an effect. I forget what the effect actually was though. I forget what the effect was, but it did something. I think it boosts. I think it gives you like +2 to strength and dexterity, but does something bad. I forget what it was. Buffs dex and strength. Yeah. Reducing the flask healing. Yeah, somebody else talked about it. That's great. Yeah, thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah. I don't care if the effect is a 90% health penalty. Yeah, it was like really big as well. It was pretty funny. Any new hair design? I did not notice any new hair design. The boss intro looked like a Bloodborne boss? Kinda. Will the other half of the Erdtree open up? I don't know. Was there a dex scaling seal? No, that actually didn't give us any new catalysts, it didn't seem like. I didn't notice any new catalysts. They gave us like the fucking finger seal and shit. Is Renala armor sets looking good? Rolana? It's not... It's like a silver armor set. It has like a design on the face, kind of like D's armor. Has like a design of a face, but it's like a helmet. This is like this was like 2 weeks ago, by the way. So like, I didn't buy her armor set, no. I didn't actually check. I just picked up her weapon from the Remembrance and I tested out the weapon. What are the optimal stats for the new weapon types? I don't remember the scalings. I didn't write some of them down. I wish I did. If I had like an extra hour, I would have so much more information. What's level? Everything was maxed out. Yeah, all the weapons they gave me was maxed out. Frenzied Flame Seal is technically dex. Yeah, but like it's not good though. It gets like the worst damage. Dyslexic people gotta get wrecked with Renala Rolana. It's so bad. So bad. You've been sitting on this for 2 weeks? Yeah, I played the game like 2 weeks ago. Do you hate deeper depths? I don't hate it, no. I just think I think most of the underground sections are pretty average. You used to have to go to the round table hold to get the remembrances. It's still via Enio. The beast claw thing strength. Yeah, I played with the red bear claws and they were strength based. And it did bleed. So I'm not sure if all the beast claws do bleed. How many hours in the DLC approximately? I think it's going to be like a solid 20 to 30 hour experience. Probably even longer if you suck at the game. The new level system going to be necessary? Yes. I don't think you should be able to ignore the upgrade system. Like these enemies hit super duper hard. And this is just the first section. And I upgraded like my thing like twice before I fought Rolana. And she still hit like a truck. To be fair, I think I like respect my character to like 50 vigor. Definitely be at least 60 vigor. Just fucking be at 60. Did I see any stakes of Marika? I think I did. That's a good question. I think there was. I can get 50 hours at it for sure, yeah. I mean, if you're exploring thoroughly, you can get a solid amount of time. Are the martial arts good for poise break? I didn't notice them poise breaking that much, no. What's the remembrance of Rolana? I don't know what the other option was. Fuck. What was the other option? I remember the two options for like the first guy, but I remember those the Rolana's twin blades and there was something else. Did I not write it down? Am I stupid? Was it the twin moon spell? It was. Why didn't I didn't talk about that. Double moons. It probably works the same way. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I didn't test it out though, because I tested out the twin blades. Is Metsmer romanceable? I don't know. I liked Rolana better than this guy. What's going on, Yuns? I didn't notice any new walking mausoleums, no. You probably have to use some of the base game ones. Did you ask when Bloodborne 2 is coming out? I mean, being that I was at the Bandai Namco office, I don't think they have anything to do with Bloodborne at all, so. I didn't notice any new Ghost Flame spells. Anyway, the new Moon spell, it seems like it's going to be like a double slamming attack. When the boss uses it, she actually does like he does like a 3 slamming attack. Did Rolana have a cutscene? I don't think so. And if it did, I would have skipped it. because I was too busy trying to like, you know, test everything. I didn't have time to actually enjoy the game. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it still hasn't even like sunk in that I've actually played the DLC. I'm still just like in like content creation mode. Did the cloud center change on the map? The base map looked the exact same. It was just the you had to go click R1 to toggle to the Land of Shadows map, so it was different. It didn't take place in the middle of the map. I didn't like the perfume bottles that much, but that's because I didn't really like commit to a build. Is it worth $40? I played like the first 3 hours, bro. And I don't know what you consider worth $40. So you could probably wait for it to come out, then look at the reviews, and then you could probably decide then. I think it's going to be really good. I just want to say you're goated. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Maverick. Try the light greatsword with a shield. Is it viable? I don't really use shields much, but I guess it will be viable. And with the deflect hard T, it's probably going to be pretty good. How big was the Land of Shadows map? I don't know. It's like the regular game, how like if you don't pick up the map fragments, you're not going to see much. And it's probably going to extend the more you actually explore areas, so. Any new crystal tiers? Yeah, the deflect hard tier. You can deflect. I talked about it in my last video. If you want to check out exactly how it works, just go to the deflection section. Any goated consumables? There actually was, my notes. There was a, fuck, did I have it written down? I don't know, but there was a heavy grease. There's like regular grease, which gives, I forget how much regular grease gives. I think it's like 80 or plus 90. Heavy grease gives you plus 120. Slim, thank you for the follow. And there is going to be, there's no golden runes. They're called like Shadow Realm runes. And there was like an item that I saw and I picked up, and you could sell it to get a bunch of runes. You couldn't consume it to get runes. It was different. It's like the description said, sell this to gain a bunch of runes, and I forgot to actually sell it. So I don't know how much it actually gives. Maybe it's like over 50k, because that's how much like a hero rune gives you. The strength-based hand-to-hand style. The dry leaf, I'm pretty sure, was dexterity based. I think it had like an int faith scaling as well. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I forgot. I'm not gonna lie. How many endings are there? I don't know. Flindex, thank you for the follow. I didn't see any sleep options. This guy's creeping you out? I'm sorry. I actually didn't go through this section, by the way. This seems like a dungeon. I actually didn't go here. So I don't know what boss is in this dungeon. I didn't go here. Any minor shadow trees? I didn't see any minor shadow trees, no. The bosses are hard, yes. But I killed them both. Favorite thing in the DLC so far? Probably just all the cool weapons. Probably just all the cool weapons. Poise value of this. I don't know the poise value of these armor sets. I'm sorry. I didn't record this information. I don't have anything. I have my notes. I'm Ribbit with the 5 gifted. Thank you. W's in chat for Ribbit with 5 gifted subs. Had like 4 pages of notes. I was like writing stuff down, and I haven't written things down in a while, so my handwriting was kind of shit. I was like, ugh, play the game, ugh. Vardy said there was a chance of transformation. Hopefully there's transformation. That'd be cool. It's still going. Anyway, this seems like it's going to be a dungeon. I didn't actually go here. This area was not accessible. I could not go to this location. The DLC even looks better visually. Yeah, typically like the DLC for like all the games, they're always like just like the same formula of like the base game. It's just like increased quality. It's like the scenery probably looks a bit better. Might look better graphically. The weapons, the spells will probably be more fun. The bosses and the music could probably be a bit better. Although the 2 bosses that I fought, I don't think I like them more than I like bosses like Godfrey or Radagon and stuff. Keith, thank you for the follow. At least they didn't forget that greenery actually exists. That's a good thing. Hopefully it doesn't melt my PC. You can just lower the settings. Oh, Steak America. There you go. Wait, is that a Steak America? No, that's a summon sign, right? That's not a Steak America. Never mind. That's a summon sign. I didn't think Rolana had a cutscene. That's not a mistake. I corrected myself. I was like, I saw it in the corner of my eye and I'm like, oh, look. I'm like, wait a minute. Sorry, I don't memorize them. I don't summon people. DLC has Stake America? Yeah, probably does. Yeah, I forget. So far, is the DLC as good as the Dark Souls 3 DLC? Maybe. I think I liked it better than the first part of... What do you call it? The Painted World. I basically had an area that was like just as large as like almost the entire Painted World to explore. But like you progress the DLC after killing Rolana. I'm pretty sure killing the first boss, this guy here, I killed this guy first. This one doesn't actually progress to any other location. I think it gives you like a key afterwards or something. But the second area, killing Rolana, progresses you to the next section, of which I walked into that area. I wasn't supposed to, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I didn't really see much anyway, so even if I could talk about it, I could just talk about like what it looked like. Any new flask tiers? Like the crystal tiers? Yeah, I talked about it in my video. The deflect tier. Ariandel sucks. Ariandel's okay. Any new summons? Yeah, there's Spirit Ashes. There's a few different Spirit Ashes. I think there's one showcased here, right? Yeah, like the fucking bird. There he is. There's one. There was actually another one that people were playing with. I think it was like a guy with like a hammer. This is like the holy hammer I was talking about. I couldn't get it to drop. I'm not sure if it is a guaranteed area, something you can actually grab of a boss drop or whatnot. A boss drop, a enemy drop. I didn't actually play with any of the Spirit Ashes, so I was going based on like what the people next to me were playing as well. And they were using some Spirit Ashes and talking about how broken some of them were, so. So there's going to be really good Spirit Ashes in the DLC. That's confirmed. I didn't play with this Twin Blade, though. I don't know what the fuck this was. So when I used Crucible Wings, I was using it with a light greatsword, and Crucible Wings was not good with a light greatsword. It did not do that good of damage. But it was very cheap, and you could go pretty far. So I think using it with like something like a greatsword is going to be better. But it's pretty easy to use though, and you get like infinite hyper armor. But yeah, you put it on a greatsword, it does the poking attack. You put it on a twin blade, and it does the fucking insane twirling attack. Drackhole, thank you for the follow. Didn't see the skeleton dragon? I didn't see a skeleton dragon. Where was a skeleton dragon? I didn't see one. Still no comments about lying about DLC access. A bad look. Lying about DLC access? How was I lying about it? Anything that I'm saying right now, does it seem like I'm lying? The Crucible Wings ass is not chargeable, no. I dropped my video at the exact same time as everybody else. That's proof enough. What was the size of the whole map? I don't know. I played the first 3 hours. I don't know. Do thrusting shields have 100% guard damage negation? I think one of them that I picked... I think it did. The one that I picked up. I forget. You said you had 0 access and every comment in Twitch has been banned? I said I had 0 access? What are you talking about? Who is this guy? I played it. Like, I don't know. Am I lying about playing it? Did I lie? Why would I lie about playing it? And the information that I'm saying is like clearly... it's very specific for me to just be lying about it. And like I dropped my video at the same time as like everybody else did. Like the exact same time. Was the event fun? I mean, it was like, there was like 4 sessions. I just went to the office. It was like 4 computers and it was like 4 people there. So like, there was like 3 like Bandai like employees just like looking at us, making sure like to help us out and making sure we don't go too far. Why would you lie when you're literally under an NDA? Oh, you're talking about like me lying before I actually had... Bro. mean, yeah, obviously I'm not gonna fucking tell you guys that I had access to it before I'm allowed to tell you guys I have, like, come on now. I don't have merch. No, I didn't get merch, no. What weapon type are you most excited? The light greatswords ends the bear claws. I like all the beast claws, yeah. Like, bro, I signed an NDA. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Come on now. Leave me alone. What NPCs did you encounter? Basically, all of them that you see in like the first trailer. Basically all of those ones. The very first NPC that you see is the one with the blonde hair. And she's outside of... She's in the Moog boss room. Like next to Mikola's egg. And I didn't kill her! I didn't kill her. I forgot. NDA tier list when? Any faith in hybrid spells? I did not notice any, no. What was the primary scaling for the beast claws? I'm pretty sure it was a strength scaling. One thing I didn't write down as a scalings. Any new scythes? I didn't see any new scythes, no. But it's going to be 100 new weapons, so I'm guessing at least one of them is going to be a scythe. Do you think the fist weapons are going to be constant dealing with animation lock? Maybe. They seem pretty fast though, so I don't think it's going to be as bad as some other weapons. How'd you figure out there's going to be 100? The guy said it. One of the Bandai representatives. He was just like, there's going to be roughly 100 weapons. I'm like, that's cool. That's cool information. But yeah, they was literally told to us. There was like a presentation or like a little thing beforehand that they were like went through with us. Is it true that they changed the Bandai Namco logo to a black background? I don't know, because as soon as I entered, I was at the main screen, the title screen, and I didn't really access or quit out. So I don't know. But did somebody else say that? They said about 100. They didn't say over 100. They said about 100. I think I remember the word about. I don't think I would have remembered if they said over 100. I think they said roughly or about 100, yeah. 100 weapons in the entire DLC. There wasn't 100 that I had to go play with. I played with like 10 to 15. I didn't see any blood flame incantations, no. Did you try the power sense movesets? The only one that I tried the power sense moveset was for the light greatsword, because Rolana's twin blades did come power stance by itself. And obviously like the reversed hand swords are twin blade weapons. Our power sensing weapons, but like they only gave us one of each, so I couldn't power stance. They gave us like one great katana. I didn't find another one. They gave us like one of everything basically. So I don't know. Don't know what the power stance great katana moveset is like. Any frenzied enemies? I didn't notice any frenzied enemies, no. Any frenzied incantations? Yeah, there is one frenzied incantation that I didn't actually play with, but I got a screenshot of it, if that means anything. Is that torch new? I don't think the torch was new. Did you find the blue worm guys? I did find the blue worm guys. I did. I'm not going to spoil it, but like, they're very funny. They're very funny. Any colossal swords? Yeah, there was one colossal sword that I found. I talked about it in my video. It's called the Fire Knight Sword. It can be infused. It gets the Godslayer's Greatsword light attack, and it gets the Zweihänder heavy attack. It's kind of stupid. I used it to kill the first boss. It came with the Flame Spear Ash of War, but you can infuse it, so you could take it off. But there is going to be like a Flaming Strike equivalent Ash of War that you can put on a Colossal Sword that does a poking attack. It's really cool. What did the Remembrance bosses give? This guy gave... he gave the Divine Beast Frost Stomp, which is like the buffed up version of Hoar Frost Stomp. And you do get Enraged Divine Beast Talisman, which boosts your storm-based skills, I believe. Yeah, and then Rolana drops... Rolana gives you the Twin Blades and the Moon Sorcery. Did you see the map? I did. You don't see the entire map because you have to pick up the map fragments, and I picked up like one map fragment. There are new weapons outside of the newly added classes. Yes, I picked up a Colossal Sword. Or it actually gave us a Colossal Sword. And there was like a bow as well. Rolana. Yes, Rolana is her name. Or their name. Stupid. Do you think Rolana's talisman is going to be a problem? The Rolana's cameo? Yes. I mean, is this going to be a Godfrey's icon, but just for like the stance-based weapons? I saw like 10 to 15 different weapons. I didn't see any arcane-based weapons, but like anything that gets passive bleed is going to be pretty good, I guess. Such a stupid name? Yeah. What does it do? Rolana's cameo is that with the stance-based weapon skills, you can hold onto it. And from my testing, it's about after a second, you get a 15% damage increase to your skill. So Sword of Night and Flame, Moonveil Katana, all the new weapons I talked about with the light great swords, and their stance, the great katanas, square off, unsheath, that's 15% more damage if you just hold onto it for a second. Coop, what's going on, man? Rolana does not look anything like Renala, no. Because Rolana's wearing like robes, like sorcery robes, and you can see her face. Rolana has an armor set. A silver armor set, and is using swords, and you don't see her face, or their face. Any good looking castles? Not really, no. I mean, like, these are pretty cool, I guess, right? They just kind of, it is not like stunningly beautiful, if that's what you're asking. But their design of them is really cool. Oh, by the way, this dungeon had some like fucking stupid scorpion enemies. Like hairy fucking scorpions and spiders and shit like that. They scared the fuck out of me. One of them jump scared me. See you, Melissa. Actually, there was I think it was just scorpions. It wasn't spiders. But like they were like big and hairy still. They died pretty quickly though, which is fine. But like they can like lunge very far. They scared the fuck out of me, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't obtain it, they just gave it to me. A lot of the weapons they just gave. They didn't actually, I couldn't find the location of some of them. So I don't know where you actually get to Milady from. I don't know where you get to the Beast Claws from. They just gave them to you. Already upgraded. They brought the scorpions from Bloodborne back. Scorpions from Bloodborne? What scorpions? The ones in like the Chalice dungeons? I've got 10 save files waiting. Nice. Same. Will you be live when it launches? Yes. Why does everyone keep shitting on the Rolana name? Because yeah, because the naming convention in general is stupid. Like Godwin, Godfrey, Godfroy, Millennia, Melina, like that whole thing, all of that is dumb. Do the enemies give runes? Yes, they do. I think the bosses gave like roughly over 100k, which is like just as much as some of the endgame bosses. Vardy said Rolana is Renala's sister. Okay, cool. Glad he was paying attention. Any more unique moveset greatswords? I don't know. I didn't see any greatswords. I don't think I picked any of them up. If the DLC scales to New Game Plus, I mean, like, that's kind of how it works, right? Yeah. Like, pretty sure if you go to New Game Plus, it's going to scale like that. What's the difficulty of the DLC? It's going to be, like, just as difficult as some of, like, the end game areas. Some of the enemies that are in there are pretty challenging. But I think it's just as difficult as, like, some end game locations. My character was at level 150. They had all the characters at 150, so I recommend being at that level. At least 60 vigor. Katana bonk move like Sekiro? Kind of like Sekiro. Like with Ichimonji. Kind of like that, yeah. There's no footage of the great katanas, no. This is the only footage they gave us. They gave us 13 minutes, and this is basically it. It's pretty tame footage. There's nothing really crazy. I didn't actually play with this thingy. I don't know what the fuck this is. This looks like a tool, because he has like his sword equipped. And he had something in his left hand. Maybe it was a... But he's using his right hand to cast it. I think it's a tool. I don't know what the fuck that was. I probably just had it in my thing. Uniform, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate it, bro. W's for my guy Uniform. How big was a Storm Talisman buff? I don't know how big the Storm Talisman buff was because I picked the other option for the Remembrance, so I don't know. How was a Light's Greatsword stance damage? I don't know. I didn't test it out. It didn't seem like it was much because I didn't really proc any stance breaks with it. The armor with the 2 black wings, did you find it? No, I did not. Are you talking about the one that's like towards the end? Like that one? Yeah. I didn't know what the fuck this was. It looks pretty fucking cool though. I like that. Anyway, see you, uniform. Thank you for the $5 and thank you for stopping by. I played with like 15 new weapons. What was I talking about? Yeah, this thing. I don't know what this is, by the way. He does like this breath attack. When I was fighting these guys, I didn't notice them do this attack, but it looks like it does some like debuffing effect, and it looks pretty similar to like Mesmer's type of aesthetic. Maybe. See how like it debuffs yours for like a few seconds? I don't know what the fuck that is. It's probably like a new type of status effect. It's not status effect, but like a new like black flame type of thing. It doesn't look like Destined Death, because that's like, wait, that looks a bit different. So I don't know what that is. Upside down curved swords? Yeah, it's the reverse hand swords. I think that's what the skill is called, or the class. Have the Bloody Crow of Canehurst cosplay and it's mandatory pickup now? That's fair. Saw your video, the gravity tornado you said. Yeah, kind of, it is like Radahn's, yeah. That's true, I didn't actually make that comparison, but yeah, it's kind of like Radahn's slamming attack. Yeah, it's kind of like that, yeah. I used it a bit. It like stun locks enemies nicely, but it doesn't really like go that far. But it's pretty cool. Said that they found weapons that let you teleport. I found a spell, Miriam's Vanishing, it was called. Do you know like Miriam from the as delayed. But Miriam from the inverted carrion tower. There was a spell that you could teleport, but it's kind of like a Bloodhound step, but like just worse. That's what it felt like. It felt like just a worse Bloodhound step, but I might be like using it wrong. I don't know. There was that spell though. Any similar weapons to the Black Knight Alter Greatsword heavy attack? No. Like the upward cut? No, I didn't see anything. I didn't see a Deathblight Swamp. No. We only had access to the first 3 hours. So basically everything you see here is what I had access to. I didn't go to that dungeon. I didn't go to this location at all. Don't know where the fuck that is. Did I even fucking go here? I didn't even know everyone here. But most of this part was pretty accessible. And then... Actually, I think this is part of the castle. Oh yeah, this is the castle. Hold up, where did I go? I went too far, didn't I? I think this is the castle. This is the second legacy dungeon. I forgot it's called Castle like Ensis or some shit. It's like, it seemed like a shitty Bloodhound step. I don't know. I think I'm using it wrong. But like, it seemed like a very long casting time. Like you had to like use it like way before the enemy hits you. It was not good. From my testing. There was a big ass fire sword. Is that for real? The Knight's fire sword, there is like, it came with an Ash of War, but you can be infused. So you can infuse it somewhere else. So it's not really a fire weapon. I talked about it. It's the Godslayer's Greatsword light attack combo with a Zweihander heavy, but you can infuse it. But it came with an Ash of War. They just gave it on the Ash of War, so it's not necessarily just a fire-based weapon. You fought the fire giant basket guy? Yeah. What did it look like? It looked like the Flamberge. It's called the Fire Knight's Greatsword. It's like a colossal sword looking like the Flamberge kind of thing. Will it dethrone the Guts' Greatsword? Probably not, because that gets the most range and the most damage, so... yeah, I fought this guy. He drops the Deflect hard tier. He has a lot of health. Basically, the way to kill him is to stance break him. You just keep jumping over his stomping attacks. You can use the horse iframes for one of like the big attacks that he gets. The fight lasts like 3 minutes because you just constantly like, just whacking at its legs to proc a stance break. But once you do, then he collapses to the ground and you can get a riposte. And he like stays staggered for like ever. Like he doesn't stand back up again until you get the riposte. I was there for like 30 seconds just like looking at him. But yeah, you just get a riposte in his face. Any idea how long the DLC will be? No. I'm guessing about like 20 to 30 hours for like the average person. I posted it on the Discord. Nice. I'll look at it later. I'm streaming. Was the map detailed enough? It's just, it feels similar to like the base game. I mean, clearly there were some areas that I fucking missed because I didn't like explore everything. I was just running around just doing a bunch of testing and stuff. And I ran down to fucking... I ran down to Steven so I can go test out on my buddy Steven to test out like the stance damage of some spells and weapons. The glintstone nails look pretty terrible. It didn't seem that good. But like... it's... like, I'm not sure like... if it like can hit enemies multiple times with every single one. So maybe against larger bosses it does nicely. I'm not sure if it does physical damage or not. It seems like enemies don't dodge it. But it just seems like it's another like slightly different shade of blue pewing attack like most sorceries are. I did go to the area with the goofy spirit worms, yes. The goofy spirit worms are very goofy, especially when you try to kill them. Like, they do attack back, but it's pretty funny. There's no weapons that seem super OP. Bunch of people referenced making the worms mad, but didn't say what happens. Can you elaborate? Basically, what happens is that they they go red, they glow red, and then they fucking grow like 3 times the size, like really fat, and they just fucking just whack you. It's like they just like fucking just fling their bodies at you. It's like stupid. And it was like just a bunch of them just like fucking whacking me with this like, big fucking just red dicks. Like, it was the stupidest shit. They didn't even do good damage as well. I was just like just killing them, just fucking laughing. It was great. I don't know what the purpose is. I'm not sure what they actually do. Yeah, it's like the inflatable thingies, yeah. Yeah. So dumb. Did they add cobra snails? What is that? Most disappointing weapon? I mean, like, I'm not going to really talk about, like, if they're disappointing. Like, I didn't really have fun playing with the duelist shields. That one seemed pretty basic. And the perfumes I didn't really like, but I didn't have, like, an optimized build. So I can't really, like, say that they were, like, disappointing. I played with them, like, for 2 minutes. So I can't really, you know. No legendary weapons will be put early in the DLC? Yeah, no. You played the DLC and you didn't tell us? Yeah, because I wasn't allowed to tell you. That's how it works. Does it matter what level you are when you... It does matter what level you are, yes. I recommend being at level 150. Around about that level. Have at least 60 vigor. The moveset of the perfumes do look pretty cool, but I just didn't like how much range they had. I didn't like how they just didn't stagger enemies. The stance damage didn't seem that good. And not really as fast. It feels like if you're going to be at that close distance, using like the claws and fists would probably just be better. But like, who knows? They probably have really high damage potential with certain types of talismans. The Light's Greatsword, they just gave it to us. And I think it was like more quality scaling. I kind of forget the exact scalings. Because I infused it as soon as I picked it up. Or as soon as I had it. I was like, let's infuse it to something else. Because I had like a different... Because I wanted to use the Faith build to use the Faith spells. So I just infused it. I kind of forgot what like the actual base scalings were like. But I did test out the weapon skill a bit beforehand, which is weapon skill is pretty cool. Do you have multiple light greatswords? Yeah, so I played with this one, and I played with Ralana's Twin Blades, which is a boss weapon, and it's a power stance, and it's like the same thing. Kinda, moveset, I believe. Just with a cool weapon skill. Any new fashion? I mean, like, the only noticeable ones would be, this one, I guess. That one is like the Brave set, which is cut content, but that's going to be in the DLC. And there's another one, right? Yeah, that one. I think, is that one new? I think that one, I don't know. I don't think so. And then there's this one. That one seems like it's off an NPC. Yeah, the wings, yeah, the Crucible wings are an Ash of War, yeah. Not sure why people are getting mad at Yui for lying when he's under an NDA. Yeah. I had to sign a contract. I wasn't allowed to speak. Otherwise, I would have had my privileges taken away and probably pay a fine. Who knows? Any new witch hats? I did not see a witch hat, no. Existing weapons going to get updated? I don't know. Hopefully they do. Any weapon catalyst? I didn't see any weapon catalysts. I tried a lot of the new spells, yes. A lot of the spells that I tried were just not that good. Like Divine Beast Feathers was like Fire Surge, but just like really long casting animation and just terrible damage. But it can be used on horseback, and it does have a nice horizontal spread, and it looks cool. What else? There was like the minor Erdtree spell, which had like way too high of a faith requirements, and like the health regen is not even that good, but like it does it in an AoE, so it can like heal other people. But I feel like just using Blessing of the Erdtree is just gonna be better, because I think that gives you like more health regen per second, and you don't have to like stay next to a tree. How was the performance overall? It was very stable. Like the PCs that they gave us, I'm guessing were really high end, but I didn't notice any performance issues at all. Like not even any bugs. Like it ran really smoothly. The Dragon Dancer Mask is the only fashion we need, yes. I used the Great Katanas. They're pretty cool. Pretty cool. I didn't really like the unique Ash that much, because I kind of feel like both versions of light and the heavy attack were very similar. The new human dragon form. No, I didn't see, like there was a dragon apparently, and I didn't fucking notice. I see like a bone dragon. I didn't see that. Did they give holy damage any love? I didn't see like a unique holy damaging buff, so I don't know. Were there other bear spells? No, I saw like the one bear roaring attack. I don't know what the fuck it actually does though. I think it's probably a buff. You're a legend for answering all these? True. Any idea there'll be a carrion-based light greatsword? Carrion-based light greatsword. I don't know. What's the dragon form? I don't know. Well, dragon form in the previous Souls games is like a transformation that you can transform your character into a dragon and get bonus like damage and some fire breathing attacks and shit. Iron Pineapple said there was a bone dragon. I missed the bone dragon. I missed it. I didn't see a bone dragon. A popular chatter in one of my fave streams self-deleted and it's fucked me up. Oh, damn. That sucks. Hopefully the community can recover, and it's very sad news. Okay. I still know what this is. It seems like some like holy tool. I didn't get to play with this. And I didn't get to play with this as well. Because it was off an NPC like right at the beginning and I didn't kill it. Like an NPC boss. And he like had a lot of health. And I was like, I'll come back later. And I didn't. But I'm pretty sure you would acquire. You can get this thing really early on, it seems like. One thing I wanted to test is if like every single one of these things actually does consume bullets. It probably does. It probably like drains through your fucking bolts. Because like when you use things like Rain of Arrows, it just consumes one arrow. Did you find a dragon you could bone? No. I didn't see any new dragon communion spells. All the spells that I saw I basically talked about in my video. Except for Miriam Vanishing, which is like some weird teleporting spell thingy. That doesn't really work that well. Probably 10 arrows per shot, yeah. The Bleed Bolt's about to go insane. It's probably going to be scaled. I don't think it's going to like proc them that fast, right? What's level? That's, yeah, 150. The characters that we played with is level 150. I already have challenge run ideas. I mean, yeah, we could just do like some Ash of War runs. Just do a bunch of them. Kicking only. Kick only run. But, you know, with an actual good kicking Ash of War. How did the perfect guard tier work? I wish I tested it up more. But you block at the exact time that an enemy is hitting you. Don't take damage. You take a lot less stamina damage. And you get 40% more guard counter damage. So it's not really worth using if you're not going to go with a guard counter build, basically. Let's go on Fo. Which DLC weapon type is the best? I think the light greatswords are probably going to be peak. New to the channel, but been enjoying the contents, my dude. Glad you got the opportunity from Bandai. Thank you, Jamie. I'm glad too. The Ruin level 1 speedruns will use the open world damage and damage reduction upgrade materials. Yes, I think they're going to have to. Like, the good thing is they're, like, not that hard to find. Like, you can get them very early on. I forget what one of them actually was. But, yeah, I think like this location. I think we've got to go here. And I think that item there is probably going to be one of them. The scattered tree fragments. I played for like 3 hours and I'm like just running through locations, not even like really thoroughly exploring, and I picked up like 5 of them. And it's 5% damage and a bit damage negation every time, so. The legacy dungeons, the first one, Ballarat, seemed pretty complex. This one, there seemed like there was a bunch of hidden areas. I think like directly underneath this location, just here, there was like a fucking item. I tried to make the jump and I fucked up. There's probably like another way around there. But there actually is like a bunch of like branching paths. There's undergrounds, like sewerage area with that access through keys. Because some doors were locked and I didn't actually go through them. So this one actually kind of seems like a cross between Lendell and Stormvale. The second one, I didn't really notice any complicated level design. Maybe there were like some hidden areas that I just missed, but it didn't seem that complex. Any mini bosses? Like, I didn't actually notice any field bosses. That's one thing I didn't notice. Like this fire giant dude, this is not a field boss. He doesn't have like a boss health bar. He's just fucking there. Heard it being compared to the Shaded Castle. Yeah, kind of felt like Carrier Manor, the second one. Didn't really seem like, but it does have like, I think it wraps back around in a circle. Like there was one shortcut, I believe, from memory. It was a while ago. Thought he'd have a health bar? No, he doesn't have a health bar. Is the upgrade system the same? What do you mean upgrade system? Like leveling up weapons and stuff? Yeah. The Wickerman seemed more like an environmental hazard. What's a Wickerman? Were you having fun during this? I couldn't get to like really enjoy it because I was doing so much testing, but I did have fun. I liked playing the game. I liked the game. Any smithing stones in the DLC? Yeah, for some reason they were dropping like smithing 3s and 4s. I don't know if that was like an issue or an error or something, or like, but I don't know. I was getting like 4s, 5s and stuff like that. Like, why am I getting 4s and 5s? Were the Bande people nice? They were cool. I used the Great Katana and they were pretty fun. Anything new for Torrents? I didn't see anything new. They might have hid the boss health bars on the Basket Bros to hide the story spoiler names. I don't think so. I mean, like for the HUD, for this gameplay, like maybe, but like when we played it, there was no like, why would they hide a boss health bar from us? And if they showcase someone like Rolana, you know? Maybe, I don't know. But like, it's right at the beginning. Like this is at the beginning of the DLC. And I didn't notice a boss health bar when I was playing it. Like this is quite literally at the beginning. Like you walk out, this is where you spawn. And then you just walk out. And then the fire giant dude is like literally right there. And this is the one that drops the deflect hard too. What did you use to kill the bosses? The first boss that I killed, I used the Fire Knight's Greatsword, which had the Godslayer's Greatsword light attack and the Zweihander heavy. I went like a charged heavy attack build. Fucked him up. And then Rolana, I used the Knight's Lightning Spear, because it was like always fucking raining and she was always next to water. And the lightning just did so much damage. Did really good poise damage too. Is this a continuation of the story? I don't know anything story related, I'm not gonna lie. I skipped all the dialogue. I don't know anything about the game story. I'm not a story person. I just focus on the gameplay stuff. Got into medical school. Nice. Good job, Beetle. Appreciate it. Hopefully it goes well. Is love a status ailment? No. Did you die? I died many times, yeah. It's pretty hard. This guy killed me like 5 times. 5 or 6 times. I don't despise the law. I just got like other things that I gotta do, you know? And then Rolana killed me about 5 or 6 times herself. Probably a bit more, honestly. What do the rune rewards look like? I think they're about like 100k. It seemed like. Like just as much as some of the base game bosses. 100 and something. I feel like it was over 100k. The hand-to-hand weapons are okay. They're fun. I'll say that. One other thing about the Beast Claws, the heavy attack seemed like it did like some cool AoE look to it. I wonder if like it had like a cool AoE animation. I think I guess an AoE attack, but it looked pretty clean. Where the fuck are they? Did I miss it? It's here. The regular enemies are pretty challenging. Like the weird gargoyle things are not that bad. The main enemy that was a problem was like this one knight dude. There's a few knights in this legacy dungeon here, and they're pretty fucking annoying. Rolana is such a lame name. I was like, I go see the boss and like Rolana. I'm like, really? This is the boss? Do the thing. Yeah, it has like a little AoE attack. I think I was using the red bear claws, and it kind of had like a heavy attack that had like a little AoE shockwave like animation. It was like red. It was pretty cool. Were enemies dealing much damage? They were doing lots of damage. Did fighting the Divine Beast feel like fighting Aldrich from DS3? No. No. I don't know what the fuck it felt like fighting. It just... it's kind of crazy. They were pretty challenging. They just did a lot of damage. And some of their movesets are kind of hard to read. Can I kiss you? Sure. Yeah. I'd say at least an 8. I think they're going to be just challenging as bosses like Morgott and stuff like that. Morgott and Malekith levels of like difficulty. Did you also get to play? Yes, I did. I played it a couple weeks back. Although there were some things that I clearly missed. But like this shit is super clean. Ungo, what's going on, man? What's up? Is there an arcane faith weapon? I didn't see one, no. Is a lion breedable? What the fuck? Respecs work the same? Yes, respecs do work the same, yeah. Just still requires level 2s. How hard was it to keep the NDA? I mean, like, obviously I love to yap, but like, I can keep a secret, you know? But I had like no one to talk to about it. I'm like, I want to talk about this stuff. All these notes. But now we can finally talk about it. So that's cool. Is bleed still OP in the DLC? I didn't actually use bleed much. There was like one bleed weapon in like the bear claws, and I didn't actually use it against some of the bosses. So I don't know if these bosses can actually be bled out. But one thing that I did notice that the 2 Remembrance bosses didn't have like a second health bar, just the 1 health bar. So if using status effects is gonna be pretty good. Any enemy that annoyed me? Yeah, this fucking guy. Fuck him. I mean, it was cool to fight the first time. It's just when you had to fight him like 3 or 4 times and like, he's just in the way. He just like, he chases down so hard. Basically, every weapon that I played with, you can infuse. I think except for like the perfume weapons. I didn't see any black flame based weapons, no. I only played with like 10 to 15, so. Looks like that one area in Bloodborne. It's still the same area. It's still Ballarat, that same legacy dungeon. It's just like nighttime, it seems like. Actually, no, there was actually an area after this boss. It leads up to some stairs and like a big door, and that door was blocked. So I'm not sure if that's going to lead somewhere after you pick up a certain item or kill a certain boss. But like this part was kind of like, after this boss, it was led to a dead end. But killing Rolana led you to the next section. I used the new twin blades. These twin blades? I didn't use these, no. I didn't use that, no. We didn't have access to this one, I didn't see. But it seems like it has the same moveset. See if night had any changes. I didn't notice the time changing anything. But to be fair, I don't think I was at nighttime for most of the playthrough. I didn't really think about that. Did you use any of the new summons? I did see some of the new spirit ashes. I didn't use any. The people that were next to me, the journalists, were playing with some of them. And like there's like this one night spirit ash that they were using. And they said that was really broken. So there's going to be some good ashes. Are the perfume weapons ass? I'm not going to say that they're ass because I didn't really get to play with them much. But I didn't like them based on my limited time playing with them. That's what I'm going to say. I didn't see any Everjails. No, I didn't see Everjails. Any light great swords with a strength scaling? It doesn't seem like it. I only played with the one, Milady, and like the Rolana's Twin Blades, which is like a power stance light great sword, and that one had an int faith scaling. There's no day-night cycle. There is day-night cycle, but I just didn't think about the weather or the time and seeing if it changed anything. Were there new patches mentioned? No. Any news on a possible boss rush mode? No. That information was not disclosed to us. Any dual-wielding weapons? Yeah, or the reverse twin blades, or the reverse backhand swords, all the claws basically, and the hand-to-hand weapons. Do you see any new dragon enemy? Apparently there was a bone dragon, and I fucking missed it. There was no covenants. Doesn't seem like. Did I meet Miyazaki? Yeah, we're basically best friends. Me and Michael are on first name basis. I'm kidding. But the place I went to was like the Bandai office here in Sydney. It was like a 30-minute train ride to the city. And like, it was right next to the central station. And I missed Vardy. Vardy went the day before I went. I could have saw him. Found a base game DLC like patches? No. I didn't actually grab any lava tears in the DLC. Check out the power stance. I couldn't check out the power stance combos with all the new skill weapons because they only give us one of each. So I couldn't pick up a second Milady. I couldn't pick up a second Great Katana. But like I did find the Rolana's Twin Blades, which is power stance power stance light great swords, and it swings like one after the other. It kind of still feels as flashy, but if I was to use light great swords, I'd probably just still stick to two-handing it. The Lion Dancer armor set available. Yes, when you kill this boss, you can grab this helmet. You don't actually have to buy it as well. You just go back to the boss arena and just pick it up. It's like on the floor. Anything comparable to the Blasphemous Blade? I didn't find anything broken like that, no. Can you put the audio of the video so I can hear it? Wait, can you guys hear this or not? You guys can hear this? Oh, I know why. Because my desktop audio is muted. I wonder if this like fucks anything up. Let me know if it's too loud. Can you hear it now? And is it too loud? Too loud. I hear it just fine. Can't hear it? No. No. Now why is that? Desktop audio, where is this? I put it at 100. Why isn't it working? Why? I'm not allowed to upload the video now. If I have to upload it, I have to like edit it and talk over it and shit. So, not allowed. Sorry. I turned the desktop audio up. Any weapon movesets that were Bloodborne quality? I think that are the light great swords. Someone will leak it? Probably, yeah. Any Godslayer enemies? No, didn't see any. How big was the map when you opened up the menu? I mean, like, when you open up the menu, when you don't have any map fragments, it's not going to be large. So I don't know. Too quiet? Can't hear it? Wonder why that is. I don't know why. Why is it like this? I'm turning the desktop audio up. Someone explain. None of this makes any sense. OBS issue? Maybe. I didn't get it. I mean, you can hear me, but like you can't hear the audio of this. I thought you guys could. Because the boss music is playing, so if you guys want to hear the boss music. We gotta figure this out now. Hold on a second. What if I go... Hold on. We can cook. Let me cook. Photos app? Is it the Photos app? No, this is the... Close this shit. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let me know if you can hear this. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? Why is it like this? I don't get it. Do the sound effects with your mouth. I finally heard the sound effects but not the music. It's because it's probably playing through my speaker. And it's probably picking up on the microphone. I don't get it. Why isn't it working? Open it with a different video player? Maybe. That should be good. That should work now, right? Jump scare warning when? Lag? Dude be going pretty hot. Thought you guys could hear it the entire time. There you go. Did you get the 13 minutes of footage before your play session? No. I played this like 2 weeks ago. And then I got this footage sent to me like 3 days ago. Will you be including the DLC areas in my runs? Yeah, of course I will. Is there a lightning parry like in Sekiro? No. So you can actually see one of them glowing red in the back. So you can see one there. My face is blocking it. But like when you hit them, they glow red. And they grow really large and they just like hit you. Pretty funny. This actually wasn't the location that I saw them. I think I went to a different location. I didn't recognize these blue flowers. I actually saw these in a different area. What's the deal with holy resistance in the first couple of bosses? It didn't seem like they were that holy resist, you know? It'll be fine. I think holy damage, don't be worried about using holy damage. Just use it. Will you upload the B-roll with music, video with the music? I can't just upload it as it is. They don't allow me to. They said if you're gonna use it, you have to like edit it or transform it in some way. You can't just post it. as is, you know. The feeling is graphically more impressive than the main game. It's hard because like now when I play the base game, like I've played it so much that it doesn't really seem as cool anymore, right? So like I look at this and like, oh wow, that's really cool. But like I think it's probably just as impressive. Can you riposte with throwing weapons? That's a good fucking question. I didn't proc a stance break with the throwing weapons, so I don't really know. That's a good question though. Hopefully you can. Knight's lightning spear is what kind of lightning? It's yellow. It's a yellow lightning. Just upload it with your watermark. But yeah, like the Knight's lightning spear is identical. Looks identical to lightning spear, but it just gets 4 other lightning projectiles surrounding it. How many main bosses? I don't know how many bosses, how large the DLC is. I just got to play the first 3 hours. That's it. I did not find any larval tears. So is the Loretta's mastery of lightning spear? Loretta's mastery of lightning spear? No, it's kind of like homing soul mass or like glint blade phalanx, but like a lightning version of that mixed in with lightning spear. It's kind of crazy. They said around 10 main bosses. Yeah, that's probably about right. Thoughts on the machine gun crossbow? I didn't actually play with it because the enemy that I actually was using it, the boss was like an NPC boss. I didn't actually kill it. It had a lot of health. I was like, I'll come back later, and then I didn't. Are you related to Ice Poseidon? Yeah, he's basically my my son. I was using the Light's Greatsword one-handed as smooth as two-handed. It felt like it. Yeah, I think so. I think I used it two-handed for the most part, but I think using it one-handed was just as good. How important is it to be level 150? Is it going to be an unoptimized level 80 to 90 build? I just recommend being at like 50, 60 vigor. Like 60 vigor is like so... We're super nice to have. Like, you have plenty of time to just level up. Like, I'd recommend your first playthrough just being over-leveled, if anything. Do throwing weapons differ in scaling? For instance, daggers, dex, great hammer, strength. Thinking of the projectile for each build, like Lords of the Fallen. Well, yeah, the great hammer is going to scale of strength, yeah. That's how it works. Going in level 250, yeah. I mean, look, when you go at higher levels, you get access to more things because a lot of things are going to have higher requirements. So, like, 10 more remembrances without more walking mausoleums. I didn't see any walking mausoleums. Hopefully, there's like a new way to duplicate them. Hope I don't steamroll it. You're not going to steamroll it because there's going to be another leveling system. How important is the NPC they based on you? What are you talking about? If you remember the one-handed Light's Greatsword R1 similar to the one-handed Straight Sword R1? No, it seemed like I had like a mix-up of like poking attacks as well with the light attack. I think even one-handed. What did Vardy smell like? I didn't see Vardy. I wish I did see Vardy. I think I like reach out to him. It's like, bro, I missed you. Let's be friends. I'm going to do a regular new game for the DLC. So do bosses take your level into account for HP and damage? No, like the different leveling system is basically going to improve your damage. Like the bosses are going to hit super duper hard. You're going to need to get those materials to do some respectable damage and actually not get destroyed. Are you in any official video? Any official video, what does that mean? Planning on starting DLC New Game plus 7. How is the difficulty? I think it's pretty challenging. I didn't see any new pyromancy incantations, no. So like Sekiro? Yeah, it's like the memories from Sekiro, yeah. But like it's 5% more damage. So it's like it's not that important, but like it's going to continuously stack up. Once you get like later in the DLC, you're probably going to be doing a lot less damage if you didn't actually go use the upgrade materials. How many runes did the bosses drop? I remember like having like 200,000 runes. I didn't like bother leveling up and I remember dying with 200,000. So I think one of the bosses dropped about that much. I didn't have the gold scarab to equip as well, so like... They'll probably drop just as much as some of the endgame bosses. What was my first build and what does my feet smell like? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? My first build that I played this game with, I went with like a holy based build my first playthrough because, you know, holy damage is new to the series. And yeah. Which elements of the preview do you regret missing out on the most? The Bone Dragon, the Godwin Knight. What Godwin? There's a Godwin Knight? Like what Godwin Knight? I didn't see a Godwin Knight. I didn't see a Bone Dragon. My biggest regret is not killing the NPCs. That's my biggest regret. They gave us they gave us a bunch of weapons. They gave us like basically all weapons for all the new classes, kind of. He's a Death Knight. I didn't see a Death fucking Knight. God damn it. God damn it. Epic Trojan, thank you for the follow. Is it possible to use only base game gear? Yeah, you can. You don't have to use anything in the DLC. I didn't even think that the DLC items are necessarily going to perform better than the base game items. They're probably just going to be cooler. There are 2 big legacy dungeons. One leads to a dragon. I didn't see a fucking dragon. Is it like an enemy that you fight? Maybe I did see one and I just forgot. I don't know. I would have remembered a big dragon. Because I killed both Remembrance bosses and... Recommended level? Probably 150. Case in point, half the Dark Souls 3 DLC weapons were cool, but dog water? Yeah. Describe the best armor set you found. All the armor set that you see here is basically what we had access to. Like, we didn't see anything new. Except for, like, the Rolana boss. She has a pretty cool armor set. The martial art weapons, they're cool. They don't really feel like that much different. They just, like, have cool animations. And, like, when you're fighting those smaller enemies that can get staggered, it feels really cool. When you're fighting those, like, those large enemies... that you can't stagger, it doesn't really feel as cool. It doesn't really feel as powerful. You have like these like longer animations, especially with the kick, and these hyper armor enemies can just fuck you up. What was the Erdtree moveset like? I'll describe it again, but it's basically a bunch of like half-wood chops, like poke, stuff like that. A bunch of like half swings, and the weapon skill is kind of like an Ichimonji type of thing. It's like a bunch of them. Like, they did them pretty quickly, though. And, like, it's, like, really fat. It's, like, a fat katana. And, like, kind of just as long as, like, the Nagakiba kind of thing. It doesn't have, like, a really long handle, though. Do you know how, like, the Sir Alone weapon has, like, a really long handle? It's not like that. What was the scaling for the Milady? I don't know. I infused it. So, I think it's more quality, though, from memory. Maybe more dexterity. What percentage of the DLC were you able to play? I don't know percentage-wise. If I were to guess, I'd say about 10 to 20%. Do you think there'll be an infinite lava tier shop? I hope so. How big were the legacy dungeons? I think the first one is kind of more like Stormvale Castle size, and like the second one was more like Carrier Manor, Ray Lucaria. Nuke, thank you for the follow, man. The new Deflect Talisman OP? The Deflect Talisman or Crystal tier? All the talismans that I found are stupid, but yeah, what I was saying, yeah, the Deflect Talisman, they're good for guard counter builds. If you're not going to use guard counters, then there's no point in using that talisman. I didn't get any cool drops, no. Is Rolana significance boss to the story? I mean, she's a remembrance boss, so I'm guessing she will be. I don't know how many legacy dungeons there's going to be. They didn't tell me. Marcos, thank you for the follow. They just told us what we're going to have access to, and we're allowed to play that amount. They didn't really give us spoilers into like everything else. Although they did tell us that there's going to be about 100 weapons. So like, that's like the only thing they really revealed about the entirety of the DLC. Favorites new weapon type? I like the light greatswords, and I really like beast claws, like aesthetically speaking. The beast claws are really fun. So I kind of want to build around those. I just need to build around it more to find out what I like. I just didn't have time. There was no second phase cutscenes. There was no second health bars for the 2 remembrance bosses that we fought. Any new animals? I actually didn't see any new animals. I saw like the same like sheep and the same little deer and stuff like that. I actually don't remember going up that spirit geyser. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember jumping up that. But that seems like Castle Ensis though. There must be like multiple different ways to access it. I didn't see anything about transformations, no. Was the bow you tried even remotely useful? I just tested out the weapon skill. I didn't actually test out... I don't actually really remember looking at the stats. I just remember there was a bow called the Bone Bow. And it had Rancor Shot as a skill that basically had Barrage, but just tracking version of it. It might be pretty annoying in PvP, I guess, but... Is Deflect only for the shield? I only tested it on a shield. I wish I tested it on a weapon. I assume it's going to work on a weapon. There's no reason why it wouldn't work on a weapon. Rolana did not have a cutscene, no. I'll see you, Lord. Did you fight the Hippo Crucible boss? No, that one was not visible or accessible, I mean. How many did they say was pretty... I don't know how many legacy dungeons. Bone a dragon means new dragon incants? Maybe. I'm gonna skip this part because this guy has dialogue. I'm not sure if you guys want to listen to that shit. If you want spoilers or some shit. Pretty sure Vadi has it in his video, if you can go check that out. If you want to hear his dialogue. Do you love your family? I do. They're great. In terms of viability, you weren't super impressed? No, like, they were just really fun, which is all that you want them to be. Like, in terms of them being, like, broken, you don't really want them to be, like, broken. You just want them to be fun, which they do. They can perform fun. You can make every weapon broken in this game, which is great, because you have a bunch of, different talismans and crystal tears to make basically every single weapon broken. So they just didn't give us the talismans and like materials to actually make these broken builds. But when I'm going to go into the DLC, I'm going to have these materials. So I'm going to have a better opinion on them. But they didn't like blow me away based on performance. But they're really cool. I didn't use the giant throwing pots. I was trying to figure out how to craft them. Because I grabbed like a large crack pot. I remember picking up a large crack pot. And I couldn't find a cookbook to craft them. So I couldn't get to test it out. Any cool new armor sets? Well, this is like one of them. There's like 2 or 3. Do you think the perfect block crystal tail will work in PvP? Yes. It'd probably be a bit hard to time, but like, the benefit of it is just to boost your guard counter. So it's probably not going to be broken in PvP or like really that much of a meta. Because if you just want to like take less stamina damage by blocking, you can just use like the barricade shield, I guess. But then again, if it blocks it while just... I don't know. We'll see. There was an indicator. I forget what type of indicator it was. I had my headset off at the time because after I killed the first 2 bosses, I just took my headset off because I was uncomfortable. And at that point, I started testing out some other things. So I don't remember if there was like a sound cue. But I'm pretty sure there was a visual indicator. I forget what it looks like though, but I'm pretty sure there was because I could tell when it worked. At the very least, you can see the fact that you just don't take much stamina. At the very least, that's going to be a visual indicator. Any info involving what happens after you talk to the Lion Priest NPC? Do you have any insights? Lion Priest NPC. No. Was it the one after, like, the boss? Because after the boss leads to, like, a dead end. It's kind of like, it leads to, like, a very big door that you can't open. Light Greatsword is kind of more quality. You could probably go either way. I just, like, as soon as I picked it up, I kind of just infused it into Faith, so I don't really remember, like, the base scalings of it. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't get to play with this perfume. I played with the fire-based one. I wonder if that does frost. Any merchants? I didn't see any merchants. Can't you perfect block in the base game too? No. If you can, it's probably like a glitch or something, or a bug. Seen a lot of Omen horns so far. Are they the main focus? Maybe for like the first area. Oh, he's actually over there. That knight that you see, it actually doesn't go there. But that's the knight that I was talking about. You can see him walking. There he is. This fucking enemy right here, he is super annoying. Like infinite poise, he like runs really fast. So much damage, covers so much distance. And has a decent amount of health. And there's like 3 or 4 of them in this legacy dungeon and they respawn. It's like, they're like really annoying. I actually went down this way. I didn't actually come from this side. So I don't know how, there's probably multiple ways to go about this dungeon. Because I remember going down here. I don't remember coming from this side. Any annoying grab attacks? No. The first boss has a grab attack, but it's not annoying though. I didn't see any glitches. The game ran pretty smoothly, like no bugs, no like frame drops or anything like that. It was pretty smooth. I wish perfect blocking did stance damage. Maybe it does. I didn't notice it though. Maybe it does do stance damage. It doesn't actually say so in the description, so it probably doesn't. Did he ever drop anything? No. He probably dropped his armor set, but I killed him like twice and he didn't drop anything. What's a fun build to use for the DLC? Whatever you enjoy the most. I'll probably make like a top 5 build video for the DLC coming up soon. Just to build some more hype, I guess. Did you find Mesmer's Knights? No. Did you try any Spirit Ashes? No. But I heard one of the Spirit Ashes was really broken based on like the people that I was playing next to. They were using like this one new Knight Spirit Ash that was pretty good apparently. But I'm not a person that uses Spirit Ashes. There is this guy apparently, this little bird thingy. How are their hitboxes? They seem fine. This guy's attacks seem pretty hard to dodge, like this one as well. I kind of just had to outrun it. I couldn't really jump over it. Maybe I suck at jumping, but... Milady had pretty balanced scaling, so you can go either way. You can use it with any build. You can infuse it, so it's fine. I don't remember what the perfume scaled off. I wish I recorded the scalings. I don't remember what they scaled off. I really don't. Like, I had like 3 hours, then I'm trying to kill these bosses, explore everything, and try and like... I was like mainly trying to like test out the moveset and see how they performed. I didn't really focus much on like the requirements and scalings. I wish I like wrote those things down. If I had like an extra hour, I'd have so much more information. Does it reveal to you what's underneath? No. Do you think this would be fun level 1? Probably not anytime soon. Probably not anytime soon. Feet. It's still the same formula. It's still open world, yeah. It was kind of hard to read this guy's movesets. Like, you could recognize him after a little bit. Like, there was certain openings. But, like, a lot of openings, he just, like, kind of just jumped away. So you don't really have, like, long ones. But I got a couple of poise breaks of this guy. Some charged heavy attacks. How did the Great Katanas feel? They felt like... It's hard to explain. But, like, it felt like... Somewhat like a Great Spear kind of thing, honestly. Because I had, like, some poking attacks that kind of swung at very similar speeds. But you just got slashing attacks as well. They felt different, I guess. You did 2 legacy dungeons in 3 hours? Yeah, I had to, like, explore. It was 2 legacy dungeons. One of them was somewhat small. But, like, I had... Why lie about early access? I'm literally talking about it, like... I'm describing it. What are you talking about? Anyway, how the hell do you get the repose in this guy? In his face, or his mouth, I think it is. What was I saying? But yeah, it was like about roughly half the size of Limgrave. I was just like running through section to section. Clear out the first legacy dungeon. I had to try and kill the bosses. Like, there's hard bosses as well. There were hard bosses. Favorite boss? I probably like Rolana the best. But I couldn't really get to enjoy it much. I was trying to like just make broken builds. Try and kill them as quickly as possible. I didn't notice any bestial incantations. So yeah. I wish they gave us an extra hour. Because like you have to kill these bosses, explore everything, and test everything out. And I recorded at least some of like the FP cost of some of the ashes and stuff like that. Which I guess is important. The map structure, it's the same formula as the base game. Like, it's the same thing. Like, same open world, like, formula. It leads to a legacy dungeon. There's like a few dungeons in between. It's just like the quality is just overall better than average. Does a lion boss have any weak points? I don't think so. Maybe hitting it in the head does bonus damage. He does like a kick after that one sometimes. It didn't actually show like the frost part of this boss. Because he can like transform the whole arena into like a frost wasteland. Less open space, more stuff. No, it's just as much open space. Like, as you can see, like it's a lot of just like open space, but it's just more of just like appreciating the scenery and just knowing where to go. That's like the whole point of having an open world game that has like a lot of empty areas. So you can actually see things in the distance. Like, hey, I want to go there. I want to go there. It's the same formula. Like the same thing. Like, as you can see, it doesn't really look like it's filled up with a bunch of stuff, does it? Yeah, we played it on PC, yeah. I'm not sure what their specs were for their PCs, but it ran the game pretty smooth. We need more feminine outfits. I didn't really notice any. The funny thing is, like, most of like the female NPCs had like more there's like knight armor. Like Rolana had like a knight armor set. The blonde hair chick, that armor set. The Havel looking armor set, that's from a chick as well. It's like, it's pretty funny. We get some chadettes. How fast were the great katanas? They were kind of as fast as like curved greatswords. It kind of like had like a kind of like shit like that, you know what I'm saying? This is a plastic sword, by the way, if anyone asks. Did you kill any of the NPCs? No! I forgot to kill the NPCs. I remember like halfway through, I was like, oh fuck, I gotta kill the NPCs. Gotta do that. And then I finished it and there's like 10 minutes to go. I'm like, oh, there's all this information that I gotta write down and record all like the Ashes of War and stuff like that and write down their FP cost and figure out how much stance damage they do. And then as I was like going back home, I'm like, I forgot to kill the NPCs. I forgot to kill them to see what they drop. But like the good thing is, that like you see like 3 or 4 NPCs right at the beginning. So basically, the first thing that I do is I just go load up a random character. Go away. And I'm just going to go kill all the NPCs. And then go back to my main character. I didn't notice any new great runes, no. But the blonde hair chick that you saw of like the Twitter post, she's right at the beginning. So I'm going to kill her straight away. I forgot to kill her. I wish I did. I didn't see any new poison swamps, no. Did you get femboys? No. If you had to guess how many legacy dungeons, there are probably about 10 legacy dungeons, maybe. Some of them smaller than others. Is Castle Ensis a small legacy dungeon? Yeah, it's kind of like Carrier Manor. Rayo Lucaria sized. Will this full B-roll be posted somewhere? We're not allowed to post it. We can't post it as is. They said you have to like edit it or like speak over it at least. Captain Ju Comfora, thank you for the follow. What's up, man? Did the bosses have good movesets? Well, like this guy didn't really have that much recognizable movesets, but like I didn't have time to really memorize them, you know? I had to just make broken builds, try and kill them as fast as possible so I can test out things. I didn't have time to like really like, hey, look, let's try and read his moveset and dodge. I was like, let's see how cool he looks. Listen to the music. Fuck him up. Banning people on Twitch? I'm not banning anybody on Twitch. My hands are up here. I'm controlling this. It takes effort to ban people on Twitch. What are you talking about? What was Rolana's moveset like? It kind of more like Pontiff. And there was another boss that I had in mind that was similar to it. It was like a long time ago now. I should have wrote this stuff down. Were you legitimately satisfied with it? I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to meet players' expectations. There's probably going to be people out there that don't like Elden Ring that much and don't like the formula of Elden Ring, of which they're probably not going to like the DLC because it's like the same formula, but it's typically just a higher quality. Off-brand builds like Quality, Dex, Faith, Eating in the DLC? Yeah, probably. Ban the guy that kept spamming. Well, if you're fucking spamming, then you're gonna get banned. What are you spamming? Or timed out at least. Rolana was pretty challenging. Yeah, she had like a kind of like Pontiff moveset, just like double swiping attacks, and like the second phase she like summoned the fire and like magic swords, or like buffed them at least, and then she did some like insane combos. She hit super duper hard, but she was like very passive though. Like if you just ran at a distance, she didn't actually. That's another thing. Actually, none of these bosses input read. They actually don't input read. So like, you could just spam projectiles and they could fuck up pretty easily. And Rolana didn't really like chase you as much. Any Millennia hard boss? No, there was nothing. Because I was spamming the fuck out of Knight's Lightning Spear against Rolana, and she just didn't like really care. Didn't really care. Didn't dodge it at all. But like she just got melted because lightning damage. What's better, Beast Claw or the other one? I think the Beast Claws are going to be... I don't know. I don't know which one's going to be better. Renala? No, Rolana. There's a new boss called Rolana. Any good remembrance weapons? I mean, the only remembrance weapon was the Rolana's Twin Blades. And there was this... It was Power Stancing Light Greatswords. The weapon skill was a fire tornado. It was a stance, so it was like either a fire tornado or a magic projectile. And it just seemed like a worse Sword of Night and Flame. Like Sword of Night and Flame just does better, but the FP cost was like a lot less. How does Rolana look? She's wearing like a silver armor set, like a complete armor set, helmet and everything. She looked really cool. Light's greatsword is dexterity? Probably. I forget, honestly. Was Wickerman HP gigantic? Is Wickerman like the fiery giant dude? Is that what this is called? Yeah, he had a lot of health. The way to kill him is to stance break him, so he can get a riposte. Because the ripostes do like 60% damage. Can you elaborate on the moveset of Rolana's swords? It's like Light's great swords, but like you just have two swords. So it's like a mix up of swipes and poking attacks still. But like they swing off timing, so it's not at the same time. Like with straight swords and stuff, it's kind of more like thrusting swords, but it throws in swipes as well. Odd, thank you for the follow. There is a mechanic like DS2 Giant Souls or Sekiro. Yeah, I talked about it in my video. We reached our followers goal of 3,200. Good job, guys. Elongated body like Renala. I don't know. She was wearing an armor set, so it's hard to really tell. She was pretty tall, I think. I think she was like just as tall as like Millennia and stuff, and maybe Renala. But she wore a pretty cool like silver armor set. How dense would you say the content is? I think it's like... There's enough stuff there to keep you occupied. It seems like the same as the base game. I didn't see any walking mausoleums. I did not find any new lances. Good fashion rune? Fashion rune? What does that mean? Carrion looking women in the trailers like... What was that, Rolana? Carrion looking women in the trailers. I don't think Rolana's been a thing at all. Did Rolana have any voice lines? I don't think so. Maybe? Maybe she had some like dialogue after you died. I think there was dialogue when you died, maybe, or like... But there was no cutscene there, I don't think. Can you play that DLC at level 1? You can play it at level 1. I don't recommend it, though. How many new armor sets did you see? Basically, like 3. Like, one of them was like the cut content one. Like this one. And like, they gave us access to that. They gave us access to like the Raging Wolf set. To use it. They had like 3 like set characters that you could choose from. There was like a perfume class that they had like some pre-made stuff for the perfumes. They had the I forget, or something else. So like the light greatswords, and I went with that one because I want to test out the light greatswords. And there was like something else. Did it feel balanced for the first time? It felt just as balanced as the base game. So probably not It's hard to make an open world game balance, especially if you're introducing a new leveling system. Like, enemies just hit super duper hard still. I did not encounter any chariots, no. Have any bodyguard in front of her arena? No. The fight takes place outside. It's like some circular boss room. It's pretty small. Sometimes it could rain, sometimes it doesn't. There's like a water puddle in the middle. Like a water pool in the middle, kind of similar to like Loretta's boss room. But like, it just feels like going through like the carrier manor type of thing. There are like some like regular carrier enemies. You see like a troll knight. You fight Moongrum. Like Moongrum is like just outside of the room that leads to the R'Lana boss fight. Just like it is for Renala. But Moongrum actually is using the Troll's Knight Sword. Or the Moon Irithel Sword. So, who's Moongrum? He's like the Carrion Knight NPC outside of the Renala boss room. Before like the elevator, that NPC is called Moongrum. He's not in Phantom form, he's still like an NPC. Still like same form as he is, but he just doesn't speak or anything now. Weird person to reuse. I think it's like his title, it's Moongrum something, you know? The Parry King, yeah, he's not parrying this time. He's just two-handing a Colossal Sword, so it's a lot easier. Any signs of covenants? No signs. For a remembrance? What do you mean? No, he's not a remembrance. He's just like an enemy. They'll bring us cut content Mikula's Twinblade? Probably not. Maybe it's the boss weapon. Any other Godric clone? I didn't see anything. Meet any NPCs from the base game there? No, I did not. No NPCs from the base game. How the boss run back? So it was basically like not even a run back. It was like the Grace were kind of very close. Like the run back for like this boss was just running upstairs. And the boss for R'Lana was just like walking 10 feet to the left. That was it. A Carrion Colossal Sword with a Phalanx, right? Yeah. So like the Great Blade Phalanx is like a weapon skill. It should have been for the Troll's Knight Sword, but they're just reusing the Troll's Knight Sword, but they called the Moon Irithel Sword. And like, yes, Irithel spelled the exact same way as like Irithel from Dark Souls 3. Chrissy, thank you for the follow. How frequent were the Site of Grace? They were often enough. There was like a couple in like each legacy dungeon, about 2 or 3. And there was a few around. How fire resist is R'Lana? Or how fire is the R'Lana OST? I'm like, does it resist? I'm like, what? I remember being good. It wasn't like anything groundbreaking amazing. I don't remember. But it was like good quality. I wasn't really paying attention too much or like really trying to take in the music. But it felt like just as good as this one, I think. I didn't notice any new hairstyles, no. We weren't actually allowed to create our own character. They just had pre-made characters for us. So yeah, we couldn't like make our own or anything like that.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Somebody ban him. Get him out of here. How cinematic were the fights compared to the base game? They were kind of like just as cinematic, you know? Like this boss had a cutscene. I skipped it though. I didn't have time for that stuff. I didn't have time to enjoy it. I just needed to play it. No new waifus? There's like 3 new waifus. One has like the Havel armor set, and the one with the blonde hair that you see in the Twitter post. That's a chick. It was the first one that you see. I did not see anything Black Flame related, no. One of your choices in the base game affect the storyline? Many new armor sets? I found like 2 or 3. Weapons did I use for the boss? I used the Fire Knight Sword, which is like a Colossal Sword. I used that one for this boss, and I used... I was using like the Bear Claws for R'Lana, but like that was not working out, so I was just spamming fucking projectiles the entire time. Like, because I had to... If I was going to fight her at melee, I would have had to memorize her moveset, and I was going to take way too long. So I was like, you know what? Let's just spam Knight's Lightning Spear. I didn't see any new seals or staffs. No. No new damaging types as well, no. which level the weapons were. They gave us all the weapons that maxed out plus 10. The only one that I had to upgrade was like the remembrance weapon, because obviously when you pick it up, it comes at plus 0. So I picked up that one and I upgraded it to plus 10. Any new underwear? No. Any idea how big it is? Maybe like 20, 30 hours. It's probably going to be... They said it's going to be their largest expansion yet. That's what they said. Who knows how large? I'm guessing pretty large. If there's going to be 100 new weapons, and there's 300 weapons in the base game, I did not see any arcane scaling weapons, no. Maybe the perfume scaled of arcane. Who knows? Where's my deathbed smalls? My guess is going to be like 2 like Limgraves. Maybe like Limgrave and Kaled together. Like that whole section, I think it's going to be like that. And it's probably just going to be pretty like filled up with some good stuff, you know? Like high quality shit, not like reused dungeon bosses and stuff like that. And I feel like it's going to be pretty good stuff. Any crucible weapons? I didn't see any crucible weapons, but there was a crucible spell and a crucible... Was 2 crucible spells, and there was a crucible Ash of War, which is this one right here. Crucible wings. With the twin blade, it does that attack. With the great swords and light great swords, it does a poking attack. I don't know. I didn't test out the other weapons, so maybe there's more movesets. There's the Divine Bird Feathers spell, which is like a fire surge, but like it shoots out crucible feathers. Kind of sucks. And then there's Crucible Bloom, which does the same thing as the Miranda Prayer or like the Divine Pillars of Light from Dark Souls 3, and it's like really not good. What did the map look like? I didn't really like remember like the map layout design after I picked up the first map fragment, you know? Because I just picked up 1 map fragment. That's like, basically that's all I had access to. Like 1 map fragment worth of exploring, and there was 2 legacy dungeons in that location. I wasn't really paying attention to like the whole map and stuff, you know? I was like, I gotta test out things. Is Rolana staggerable like Millennia? No, you can't stagger her. She has lots of poise. You cannot stagger her. Wish she could. Very nice. DLC will not have an upgraded weapon system. No, it's just the 1 upgrade system. Nothing specific for weapons. Which weapon class is the most OP? I don't know which ones were the most OP. I couldn't get to test them all out, I'm not gonna lie. So like, I couldn't really thoroughly test them. The throwing weapons seem pretty cool. But like light greatswords are just so fucking clean. So. Is holy damage back on the menu? I wouldn't be scared to use holy damage. I would just use it. If you want to use holy damage, just go with it. I don't really see it being that bad. How tall is Rolana? Kind of like Millennia tall, maybe like Renala tall as well, like about that height. The main DLC storyline, like our quest to become the Elden Lord. I didn't know anything story related. 10-foot women boss fight, yeah. I didn't see anything about Marika. I honestly, all dialogue, I just skipped. I didn't really like pay attention much. I was like, I gotta test things out. Like there are other people that are going to be paying attention to like the lore and stuff like that, which I'm sure Vardy paid attention to like the lore and reading item descriptions and paying attention to dialogue. I was more focused on the gameplay because I knew other people were going to be paying attention to that stuff. So if I wanted to know stuff about the story, I can just watch those videos. Not many other people are going to test out how much percent the deflecting hard tier is going to give your guard counters. People aren't going to be testing out how much damage the Crucible insignia or the Crusade insignia is going to give after a kill. I was going to be the only person to test those things out, and that's the information that I want to know. Madness spells with int scaling? What? That'd be cool, I guess. I did not see any repeat bosses. There were no repeat bosses at all. Like, there were some enemies that you saw, like, in the base game. In the second dungeon, like the regular Carrier dudes and the Troll Knight. And like, that was it. There was no repeating bosses at all. That I saw. Any scarabs? That's a good question. I didn't see any scarabs. Is it only 1 playthrough? What do you mean? I got to play the first 3 hours. I didn't play the entire thing. We had 3 hours to play, and we had the first section to explore, and that was it. Did you happen to remember the requirements for the Milady sword? No. I have been asked that question a lot. I don't remember the requirements, no. I don't remember it being that high because I remember respecking to a faith build and I had like 70 faith and I went with like low requirements because I was using the light greatsword and I don't remember the requirements being that high. Like it couldn't have been anything more than 20 in either one. I forget which one I scaled better off though. Past the burning of the Erdtree? No, it was beforehand. They gave us a character before the burning of the Erdtree, but not because of any story related reason, but because they just wanted to have like a quick as possible to access the DLC, I guess. Like they didn't even have like more got killed. That character. How do they prevent people from getting too far during the preview? They told us don't go there. There was like people watching. Like after you killed Rolana, there was like another section. I walked into it and it's like, oh, you're not allowed to go there. I'm like, okay, cool. Turn back. Any new statuses? I didn't see any. Actually, there's like a weird debuff of these guys. Gorger, thank you for the follow, man. I didn't get hit by this attack, so I don't know what the fuck this actually is. Can you actually do it? Yeah, this thingy. Like you can see, it has like a little like effect that lasts about like 5 to 10 seconds. I don't know what that is. Dex or quality for, I forget. I think they can be infused, so you can go like either way. I'm sure there's going to be like strength-based light greatswords and dexterity-based light greatswords. Maybe same thing for the great katanas as well. The ones that I played with, I think they were both quality, like somewhat quality. Are you going to post your breakdown of the gameplay? I mean, I made a video yesterday or like earlier today, depending where you live. How are you going to not inform me of my secret playthrough? Still pissed about the Rangers getting eliminated. You probably will be for like the next couple weeks as well. I'm going to make another video about the DLC talking about like my overall thoughts and basically everything I've been talking about now. Like the balancing, the level design, the bosses, expectations, what level to go in as. Basically those things. And I'm just going to make a bunch of Twitter posts as well. All these little things to boost. All these little things that I found out in the DLC that are probably not worth making a video about. I'm just going to make a post about it. Is there a good bow? I found they gave us like one bow, like the bone bow, I think it was called. And it just had like a skill that was like a tracking version of Barrage. I gotta make a fucking phone call. Give me a second so you guys can listen to this boss OST again. Anyway. Think that DLC is gonna win Game of the Year? I don't think a DLC can win Game of the Year. I think it's like a separate category for that, right? Have you done a Darkwind Greatsword run on stream? No, I've never done a Darkwind Greatsword run, because like there's no point, right? Like, it'd be pretty easy. Or tried the machine gun crossbow and it had high poise damage. Well, that's cool. I didn't get to test it out. Is that Vardy's voice from Arc Thrones? Yeah, it is. Vardy is actually an voice actor in one of the NPCs in the mod. DLC of the year? Yes. What was the music of the other boss like? I forget. I'm not gonna lie. The game audio was pretty loud, and the music was not as loud, and I wasn't really paying attention to the music. I'm not gonna lie. That summon guy had a new weapon. Did he actually? This seems like this is an NPC, right? This is like one of the NPCs. Oh, it's like a curved greatsword. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, it's a curved greatsword. Had the curved greatsword jumping attack. And he throws fire bombs. Cool. Any crustaceans in the DLC? I didn't notice any. And I gotta do something real quick. I'll be back in like a minute. Hope the omens don't throw doo-doo on us. Nah, we're fine. Should be okay. Is there any feat showing NPC? I did not see any feat showing NPCs. Did you use any new shields? I used like the thrusting shield that they gave us. It has like a 3-hit combo where that's like a light attack. It does like a downward chop, a jump sideways, and like that was about it. I didn't actually notice a unique skill. I forgot. Is there a Carrion light greatsword? No, I didn't see one of those. Can martial arts be infused with things like Black Flame? Well, there's no Black Flame infusion, but you can like buff the martial art weapons, and you could probably have like Black Flame Blade and buff your weapon like that. Although I didn't actually check if you could buff the martial art hand-to-hand combat weapons, but you probably can because you can infuse them, so. I didn't see any Everjails. Better be a dual shield? Or like power sensing shields? Like the doors from Dark Souls 3? Any new frenzy item spells? I didn't see any, but there's this. Don't know what the fuck that's gonna be, but like it looks like a spell. Did I meet Rusty? No. I don't think Rusty is Australian. I missed out on seeing Vardy though. That was sad. What do you plan on going into the DLC first? What build? Probably just like an int faith build and use whatever thing I see first. How much did you explore the legacy dungeons? I mean, I just tried to like progress them. I didn't really do much exploring. I was like just running through them, killing some enemies, and then like if any branching paths, I just like ran to them. I know definitely there were some areas that I missed in Ballarat, the first legacy dungeon. There were some like locked doors that required keys that I ended up picking up. That guy had a katana on his belt. Oh fuck, I wasn't paying attention. It does look like a katana, doesn't it? Yeah. Maybe. A reverse bladed katana? This is like the start of the dungeon. This is like where the scorpions spawned in as well. There's like a bunch of like scorpions. Like there were smaller little scorpions and like really big ones. They're like hairy as fuck. But I just skipped that part, I guess. Elden Ring base game reference. References to the base game of Elden Ring? Well, there's Graces. There's sites of Graces still. These enemies are kind of like weird. I remember testing out the Crusade insignia on these guys and it wasn't actually working for some reason. Because the Crusade insignia, when you get a kill, it boosts your damage by 10% for like 30 seconds. And I was using it against these guys and it wasn't really working. Well, some of them at least. Because I think some of them just like really like just passive, just like laying down on the ground, not doing anything. Didn't work against those guys. Because there actually was like another section that's somewhat into the Legacy Dungeon where like an NPC invader spawns in as well. I think that's where I got it off from. Off an NPC invader. And I got the Rolana's cameo off, I think it was like in a chest in the Castle Ensis, whatever the fuck it's called. Attack aggro enemies? Maybe. Yeah, I shouldn't, I don't know. It was probably just specifically some of those guys. Need an Inosuke type of katana in the deal. Yeah. And we'll never know what that item is. I forgot what that actually was. I think it was like some fucking like crafting material. How many bosses? Don't know. I fought like 3 bosses. 2 remembrance bosses. I didn't see any larval tears, no. There's probably gonna be some, but it's like super clean, that moveset. But you have to be locked on when you use this shit. If you're like locked off, it's like impossible. It's like same thing with like the weapon skill with the reverse blades. Like trying to aim locked off is like, what the fuck is this? And I always fight locked off, so. How are the scorpions to fight? They weren't that challenging. It kind of felt like fighting like the ants. They don't actually have much health. They probably get a fire damage because they use like a fire-based skill. And they kind of fucked them up pretty easily. Does what you block still matter? I don't... What you block with? I only used... I didn't test it out much because I was like towards the end of my 3 hours that I had. I blocked with the Jester's Shield and I didn't like test out blocking against like elemental damage or like spells or things like that. So I didn't have time. Our sacred damage buff with the new version of the game. Sacred damage? What, holy damage? No, like holy damage is fine. Like, even in the base game, it's okay. It's just like when you fight those couple of bosses. Like, it's still the worst damage type, but it's still viable. Like, don't be scared to use holy damage. Just use it if you want to use it. Just use it. I don't see them, like, having more 80% resist bosses. And if there is going to be 80% resist bosses, it probably is, like, all damage types, not just holy. Information on the big katanas, the great katanas. They have lots of cool downward chops and poking attacks, and they're just very large regular katanas, but the light attacks have a mixes of like pokes and downward chops. I used all the new weapons, yeah, basically. All the new weapon types, at least. The hand-to-hand ones are cool. Here's gonna be the new waifu. Maybe like the first NPC that you see, which is like the blonde hair chick. Which damage type will struggle? I don't think any of them are gonna struggle. I think they're all gonna be like equally as good. And I only fought like 2 bosses, so I don't know. Like this guy seemed pretty lightning resist, but like the next boss is weak to lightning, so. Isn't that Mikola? The blonde hair? No. Sorry, this person? That's not Mikola. This is some random chick. You see this NPC right outside Mikola's egg. You talk to her. This is the first NPC that you see. And I forgot to kill her. Forgot to kill her! Did you get the cool monk armor? I didn't get any cool armor sets to drop, no. Did not. Any weapons you used had status effects? The bear claws. The red bear claws I used, that had bleed. And that was about it. When the katanas have bleed too. The great katanas, they also get bleed. How quick can you get to all the different areas? You can go to both legacy dungeons in like the first couple minutes. You don't have to go clear out one to get to the other one. I think like this one is to like the left and the other one is to like the right or some shit. You can go there in like a few minutes. Just run there. It's not that far. I didn't see Melina, no. And Melina was still alive when I was playing the DLC, and I didn't see her. She didn't like spawn in when I rested at a Grace and be like, hey, look, we're in a different location. Let me tell you the lore about this. She didn't do that. And she was very much still alive. Any new lances? No. Not that I saw. Person, you can lick their feet in the DLC. No. I didn't see any new blood incantations. No. All like the spells, weapons I saw, I talked about in my recent video. I didn't like, there's nothing else that I really saw outside of that stuff. Unlike a few things here and there, but like not like any new weapons and spells. No new damaging types, no. No new damaging types. No cutscene when entering the DLC. I think there was like a cutscene that you touch their hand, Mikula's hand, and then you just teleport, I think it was. I forget. But I think there was a cutscene. You just touch something, you know. If there was something, a significance, either I skipped it or it wasn't something I remember. In a new run, think it's better to do the DLC first. You can do the DLC whenever you feel like. I just recommend getting like all like the buffs that you need and being at around level 150. Zero, thank you for the follow. Mentioned called Mesmer Fire Grease. I think I remember hearing an item like that. Unless like now you're just telling me, then it's like my brain is playing tricks on me. There is like heavy grease, and the heavy grease boosts your damage by like, unless it was like Mesmer like fire heavy grease. But the heavy grease boosts your damage by 120, which regular grease is like 85 or 90 or some shit. So it's a bit more. Still not much, but at least it's better. Can you fast travel back to the non-DLC area? Yeah, when you open up the map, you just toggle R1.
Don't forget to smash the like button if you
Just
guys
click
are
the R1
against
button to go back and forth
domestic
between the two
violence.
maps. It's like a different page. Why did Mesmer skip leg day? Clearly he doesn't need it. Don't know what the light greatsword scale with. I think it was like kind of balanced. I think it was quality. I just had it infused with faith. So you can infuse it either way. Doesn't really matter. The volcano rock place seen in the B-roll footage. I think that's just a dungeon. I actually didn't go here. I'm pretty sure it's a dungeon. I didn't go to like any dungeon. I went to like the 2 legacy dungeons, but I didn't see any of these. So I don't know what the fuck's at the end of this boss room, end of this dungeon. I'm not gonna lie. Heavy drawstring grease is about to be evil. Yeah, there is heavy drawstring grease. That is true. UI changes. The only like change that I saw to like the UI was a quality of life change to where like there is a recent items now. So when you click on the inventory, the first tab isn't going to be like your just main tools. It's going to be recent items. So anything that new that you picked up, weapons, armor, key items, it's all going to be there. From most recent to like oldest. And it's going to include things that you probably already picked up in the base game. Any other UI changes? No. I mean, like in the Grace, when you light up the Grace and rested it, there is going to be like the option of the Shadow Realm Blessing, which that can like allow you to go upgrade your blessing, I guess, to boost your damage and stuff. I didn't see any walking mausoleums, no. Karthus Blood Ring Talisman. Karthus Blood Ring? Isn't that the item from Dark Souls 3? What are you talking? Apparently there's an exclamation mark over the new items. There is, yes. That's another thing, yeah. There's an exclamation mark for the ones that you haven't actually hovered over. That is true. That is very true. Do you recommend Dark Souls 2? Yeah. I like it enough. How much do you bench? Not much. Any new weapons that weren't from the new weapon types? Yeah, I talked about some new weapons that I found in my video. There's like a new Colossal Sword that I found. There was actually 2 new Colossal Swords. And a bow. I didn't find like anything else different. There were some like enemies that were using different items, but I didn't get them to drop. What's the L2 on Renala's swords? It's a stance that either does a fire tornado or a magic horizontal projectile. It doesn't seem as like powerful as the not sellsword, the Sword of Night and Flame, but it seems more fun. Any colossal hammer? I didn't see any colossal weapons, no. I mean, technically, I did see an extra great hammer, a spear, and an axe, which are the smith script hammer, weapons, to where you can like throw them and shit, because I have like the unique heavy projectiles. So those ones too. Any smaller dungeons or only the legacy ones? There are this one here is a smaller dungeon. I didn't actually go here, but it seems like it's a smaller dungeon because it went to like a location, and it seems very dungeon-like. But I didn't actually go here. And they actually told me that you didn't actually... I was playing through, and they were also saying, oh, there's actually a couple of dungeons in this area, by the way. Like, oh, fuck. So they were telling me there were actually dungeons, and I didn't actually go to them. But there's probably like at least 2. But it's not going to be like Limgrave, how it's like scattered with like a bunch of legacy dungeons, all with like reskinned bosses and stuff. Which thing was useless in my opinion? I don't know. I think everything is going to have a use. I just didn't have much time to play with everything to see. Some of the spells didn't seem that useful though, that I talked about yesterday. How much longer will the stream be? I don't know. Any information on Frost or Madness in vicinity increasing attack power? Oh, no. I didn't see any of those. It's like the Exaltation Talismans you're talking about? No, I didn't see nothing like that. Let's go on Go Pack. When is Dark Souls coming to Fortnite? Tomorrow. Able to confirm if the red bear claws are related to a certain roaring scene from the trailer? No. That roaring scene from the trailer is a spell. And I played with that spell. And I talked about it in the video, but like I don't know what the fuck it actually does. Because it doesn't do good damage. It doesn't debuff enemies. It probably buffs you. I think I remember reading the description and said something about boosting spells. Just don't quote me on that one. I didn't find any weapon catalysts. They let you play the DLC. Yes, they let me play the DLC. Because, you know, I'm fucking goated with the source. That's how it is. There's like so many other large content creators that didn't get to play the DLC. But Bandai clearly knows what's up. Clearly. Because who else would have broken down all the weapons and talismans and the damage numbers and all like the upgrade system and stuff like that? Who else? But me. I just harassed them enough so I can go play it, basically. The new damage system? The new leveling system is... like, I don't like it, but like it's necessary, you know? It's just like more things to go out of your way to upgrade to make things more complicated, but it's necessary. So, that's fine. There's like no other way I'd really do it. Because like you don't have to kill bosses as well. It's like, I know, I feel like I would have liked it to be bosses to make it more streamlined. I didn't play the entire thing. I just played the first few hours. And everything that telling you right now is basically everything that I know. Do you know why Fighting Cowboy didn't go? I don't know. You can go ask him. I didn't know. I don't really know any other content creators. I'm not going to lie. I'm Michael Zaki's favorite? Yeah. You begged to go? You didn't even get invited? They invited me. I can show you the email. Not going to though. Weapon types look kind of busted for PvP. Any weapon types? Well, it depends if like if the bear claws can stun lock enemies, it might be pretty stupid. Like, because they're very quick. They can lunge pretty far and they do bleed as well. Where are they at? But like nothing else really that stands out that's going to be like really good. It depends if like the perfume attacks kind of have like lingering hitboxes and maybe it can like roll catch. There's nothing really though. Like this is going to be pretty annoying to try and hit an enemy that's like bouncing around like this, you know? The light greatswords, like it just seemed like a mix of like a straight sword and a thrusting sword together because I had like a mix of poking attacks, swiping attacks. It was just cool. I don't think it's going to be broken though. The backhanded blades kind of had like the curved sword running attacks, but I feel like they just did more damage than regular curved swords. So it might just be like, that might be a problem too for PvP. I'm not allowed to post this gameplay. No, I can't post this video. I have to at least speak over it or edit it in some way, shape or form. So, did you get sleep? Yeah, I slept already. Yeah, I posted the video then like went to sleep like an hour later. Never seen Vardy and Yui in the same room. Maybe they're the same person. How easy is it going to be if you enter max level? I mean, the first part of it's going to be pretty easy, but then once you get later on, I'm guessing the enemies and bosses are going to hit really hard and you're going to need to go get those upgrading materials and stuff like that. And I don't think it's going to be like that much easier. If you went at max level, you'd probably like still have some problems, but you'd definitely have it easier than most. Any new versions of vanilla weapon types? Yeah, I saw a bunch. Talked about them in the video, but like, I saw 2 colossal swords, I saw a bow, and there is going to be... Can you play? There's an axe that you can throw right there. There's a hammer, great hammer that you can throw. There's a spear that you can throw with the heavy attack. Which is better, pizza or tacos? That's a good question. I don't know. I probably like on average just like pizza better because pizza can have more variety. But like sometimes you just feel like a taco. Even max level doesn't save you? Probably not. I had tacos yesterday, so I love tacos. Azilius, thank you for the follow. The Smith script weapons are normal. They're not Samba. They're normal. So you can infuse all of them. Proc status effects and stuff at a distance. How do high mobility weapons fare against bigger bosses that can't be moved? Well, I didn't really fight many of them, but like when you have larger weapons, just going into stance breaking is always going to be good. Just spam charged heavy attacks. And I kind of did that with like this boss. I used like a colossal sword. The Fire Knight's greatsword with the Godslayer's light attack and the Zweihander heavy. And I just buffed it with the Flame Spear Ash of War. And just used Axe Talisman, Spiked Crack 2, charged heavy attack. The funny thing is they actually didn't give us the Axe Talisman. So I had to go pick it up. I was like, I'm going to spam a charged heavy attacks here. I'm going to need my Axe Talisman. I'm just too burnt out in this game. I couldn't even finish the base game. I don't need an open world in my Souls games. That's fair. Open world isn't for everybody, and it can wear you out. What's build? Probably gonna go with like an Int Faith build maybe. But no, as soon as I find something cool and interesting, I'm just gonna change up. What was the range on those beast claws? I mean, that kind of just how it looks, right? It's like this very... I didn't really get to play with it much, so I'm not really sure like how the combos can actually flow together. Because like it seems like very like Rabid Beast feel type of it. Like it's kind of crazy. Axe perfume spray. Think the remembrance rewards are fair for the bosses? Yeah, they're pretty fair. How many attacks with the R1? I think... I forget now. Was it a double swipe for a light attack? I think one of them is you can like swing once for every single light. But I'm pretty sure for both the dry leaf and this, when you click R1, it does like a double swipe, so you get stuck in that animation. What was the Asher War you had on the claws? You had the Asher War that I had. It was kind of like it did this like backwards claw swipe that had like really bad range, but it did like really high stance damage. Whereas this one does not seem like that. Can you play? This one is a different weapon. It all feels like they do really high stance damage, which is good. And they look really clean too. Weapons have high requirements? None of the weapons that I played with really had that high of a requirement, no. I think that was intentional, just to give us weapons that were pretty easy to go use with any build. Will the Beast Claws get all the base game? I don't know. They didn't give us any of the Ashes of War from the base game, so I didn't actually know what Ashes of War you can actually equip with the claws. So I don't really know. It doesn't look like you can get things like regular claws do because it doesn't actually like extend. It's still part of your fist. So I don't think you're going to be able to get things like impaling thrust like you can with a claw. But hopefully there's like some unique types of skills that you can equip on these weapons. Which does look like there is, so. Zach, thank you for the follow. Most difficult enemy? Um, that guy right there. Him. Fuck that guy. There's a knight with like infinite poison just doesn't stop attacking and it has so much range and he's really fast and he runs really fast too. Pressures on the size of the DLC based on your gameplay preview. I mean, I saw like really large terrain off the cliff and there's gonna be sections past. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be big. Going to be pretty big. Revenants like? I mean, Revenants are kind of different. Like this one's like these guys' enemies, their movesets are still like, you know, recognizable, unlike Revenants. So they're more fun to fight, but they're fun to fight the first time and that's about it. Any spells that look busted in PvP? All the spells are kind of shit, honestly. Not shit, but like, there's not going to be that viable. And look at my list of spells. Like, yeah, Pest Thread Spears, probably not. Divine Bird Feathers is too long of an animation. Wrath from Afar, which is like emit force. It'd probably be good in like invasions. So you can like ledge kill enemies, because there's plenty of ledge killing opportunities in this legacy dungeon. So using emit force or like Wrath from Afar might be pretty cool for that. Glintstone Nails does have like slower projectiles that are kind of hard to like read when they're going to land. So maybe that one might be a thing that's an issue. This spell. Because it kind of like stops and goes and stops and goes. But nothing else really. The gravitational missile is pretty easy to dodge. This one. How do you calculate stance damage? I went to test it out on Steven. I went down to my guy because I know Steven has 65 poise damage. So I was just kidding him a whole bunch. And I tried to figure it out from there. I know like the only one that I really figured out was like Knight's Lightning Sword because I hit Steven like 3 times and his stance broke in 3 hits. And I know I hit Rolana like 3 times. Or 4 times and she procced a stance break on Rolana. And it looks like she would have about 100 or 120 poise damage. Because I know Radagon has like 100. Millennia has like 100, but she has like armor. So it might be about 100 or 120, which I think Godfrey has 120. And I did it in 4 attacks. So it's either she has 120 poise or 100 poise. Either way, it's looking at about close to 30 stance damage for the Knight's Lightning Spear. This attack is pretty cool against those enemies that don't really move much, but like it takes like a couple seconds to explode, as you saw. So if we were to use it against like Millennia, she would just like hyper armor dodge away. So it's not gonna be like really broken against someone like her, you know? But it'll still be good. But like you can just like use it with a group of enemies, they can keep getting sucked into it, then you can just combo in your other spells. Strongest weapon in the game? We're out of like the DLC based stuff. I don't know. There's also really good shit. I couldn't get to test everything out thoroughly, so it's hard to tell. Like the light greatswords are really good. See, it doesn't even like stagger like those guys with those attacks. You can't charge the crucible wings if that's what you're asking. It's like even these guys, he's not even getting staggered with the light attacks. The weapon skill staggers him. I saw like 10 to 15 weapons. I didn't see much. Do you know where to find Milady? No. They gave it to us at the beginning. It was like, as soon as we spawned in, our character, that has had 10 weapons with like all the weapon classes. Like, here you go, play with those. So I don't know where to get it. Hopefully it's not that far in. Any idea on how many new incants? No. They didn't tell us how many new spells. Did you find more than one light greatsword? I found the second one, which is off the boss, Rolana, which is like a power stancing light greatsword that does the fire-based or magic-based Ash of War. But that was it. I'm sure there'll be like multiple, like ones that can scale with intelligence, others, or not intelligence, one that scales with dexterity, one that scales with strength. I'm sure. Do you have all the base game Sights of Grace? No. Hebelek, thank you for the follow. The characters that we played at, they only had like up until Lendel, because I just wanted to go access Moog and kill Radahn. They gave us like all like the wet blades, and like that was it. Sainaf got a buff with Rolana's cameo. Yep. These are really cool though. I want to play with those. I like those. I wish I got those ones instead. Because it looks cooler than the beast claws. Or the bear claws. Is there a Dex Faith katana? No, but hopefully there is. We've never gotten a Faith katana before. I didn't see like any katanas. Obviously outside of the Great Katana. What's Rolana's cameo again? When you hold on to your skill or your stance for 1 second, it boosts the attack by 15%. Which is dumb. It's like Godfrey's icon, but for stance-based skills. It boosted by the same amount. Be OP with Unsheath, yeah, be OP with everything. Would kill for a Holy Faith-based katana? Would be nice. How the different weapons in the martial arts category work? They don't look like they have unique appearances. The different weapons... Well, like I only saw like the dry leaf for like the hand-to-hand combats. With the beast claws, I played with some bear claws that had like a very similar animation. The weapon skill is a bit different, but it looked different. It looked like I had like bear claws. And then these ones that I saw here, these are beast claws. So... they probably just end up like having like different, because like I had like some weird like yellow effects with the hits. So maybe they'll change like the color of the attacks, because I know the ones I played with was red. So maybe it'll just be like the color mainly that it changes up. And obviously like the moveset will be a thing that it gets changed. Any new int faith options? Yeah, there's like the Rolana's twin blades, but it's still magic and fire split damage. I didn't see any. I mean, I think I saw an int faith weapon, but it had like E scalings in int and faith. And I'm not sure if that was the martial art weapon that had like E scalings. It was like really weird. I forgot what it was. I remember seeing something like that. I'm not sure if that was the perfumes or the fist weapons, but like something stupid was going on. I was like, why is it getting scalings? Maybe it was like the throwing dagger as well. I don't know. It was one of those weird, unique weapons. I wasn't paying attention much, honestly. If only they let us like record the gameplay. Is that the DLC is not out? No, we just got to play it early, a couple weeks back, and now we're just allowed to talk about it. So, any weapon or incantation related to Deathblight? I did not see anything. I just did not see Ancient Dragon incants. No. Embargo type thing? Yeah, it's an embargo. Yeah. Should have slammed 2 Red Bulls before playing. I mean, I was like awake enough. I just wasn't like, there's so many things to keep track of. Like I have to go like explore, try and see what's going on, go progress the game and actually play the game, beat the game, kill the bosses, and then also try and record information and test. It's just like, any ants in the DLC? No, but there is scorpions. There are scorpions in this legacy dungeon. Like at the start of this legacy dungeon. Really big and large hairy ones. Pretty scary. One of them actually like straight up just jump scared me. Like I just walked into a room. I was like, I feel like I'm gonna get hit by an enemy. And yep, sure enough, scorpion. I didn't see anything sleep related. Any dogs? There is dogs. I forgot to mention there is dogs, and they're fire dogs. They're like lit up on fire. Like they're reskinned dogs, but they're just on fire this time. I'm not even lying. They're kind of like always next to, they're like next to these, where are the enemies? These fucking guys. These guys are fucking annoying, by the way. They have like decent amount of poison. That stomping attack is like super cringe. But like the dogs are always next to these guys. It was kind of near like the Castle Ensis that I saw them. I didn't see any spider enemies, I don't think. No, I think it was just scorpions. Any rats? I don't think I saw rats. No. Are they Crucible related? What is? These guys? I don't know. They don't look like it. They just get like some weird stomping attack. The axe is pretty cool. But they just get like, they get like an annoying amount of poise. So I don't like. I don't really know exactly the build I'm going to be using. I'm just going to make a video sometime soon talking about like just good builds for the DLC, but like it's not going to really mean much. As you can see, they have like a stupid amount of health too. Seems like it gets Warcry with that attack. Did you find any good drip? I didn't find anything new. Like everything you see in this video is basically what we had access to. In terms of like drip. Heard that big worms are friendly unless attacked? Yes. They're like really funny as well. Were there caves? There was a couple of dungeons and I didn't actually go into any of them. I couldn't find them. I was like just running through everything and trying to like just go to the places that I saw visually. I didn't actually notice any dungeons, but there actually is dungeons there. And I don't know what the bosses are like in those locations. All the weapons are upgraded to max. I mean, most of the weapons that I had access to were like be able to get infused. So they were at plus 25. So like the Milady, the Dry Leaf, the new Colossal Sword, that was like plus 25. I think even the perfume bottles are at plus 25. I might be wrong on that one. Heard that enemies are faster than the base game. I mean, not on average, yeah. That is going to be more challenging than like your average base game enemy. Here to absorb spoilers through my skin. Like it doesn't show like that much. Like this gameplay is like the first like 3 hours of the game. Like not even that. You can go here straight away. I can assume there's an underground map maybe. Maybe there is. Because dude, being that you toggle to a different screen, there's probably going to be like an underground section. Like this area is like very high up. And there is like a section down to the right as soon as you spawn in. And like it overlooks like a massive cliff. And like all the way down at the bottom is like a whole other area. And you're like really high up. We actually didn't go down to that location, but it seems like it's the this area. It kind of looked like that. Because like look at these like structures on the back. It kind of looked like that from when you're up top. So I think up top to the right is where the starting area actually is. Then like you have to go like all the way down. Like it's really far down. We actually didn't get access to this area. Can you easily fast travel to R'Lana or Renala to respec? Yeah. There'll be more medallions to unlock new areas? I'm not sure. We're at level 150. Does Faith do more damage, surely? Like holy and stuff? What do you mean? That's the pre-order emote? Yeah. This place looked really cool though. I did not see any minor Erdtrees. I did not see any like field bosses from... I didn't see any field bosses at all in general, let alone anything from the base game. I didn't level up past that point, no. I just like stayed at 150 the entire time. I didn't like spend any of my runes. Would you smash the lion dancer? No. How many other areas did you say you saw? I mean like... There are some like other sections that I saw, like a couple of other like little village looking areas that they didn't show here. Also like the whole like legacy dungeon they're not really showing. Oh, sorry, in the distance. Oh, well, like past R'Lana, there is like a whole other section that we actually weren't allowed to go into, but I did step foot inside of it. I saw the name. I don't remember the name of the area. But I'm not allowed to talk about it, so... I'm not going to tell you what I saw. But like it was like a large section. Like, it didn't really look like much anyway. Like nothing like... visually grand, but yeah. Will there be new tiers? Yeah, I talked about one in my previous video. It gives you the ability to deflect. Was there something you didn't like? I mean, like... The balancing is like... The game is hard. So like if you wanted to use like fun types of things, you're gonna have like a frustrating time. You're gonna have to like make pretty good builds still. Because like some of these enemies are like really obnoxious. So that was it, kind of. Like, it would have been nice to have, like, a more balanced type of... Especially if, like, the first section. Like, just making it be easy. Just so they can test out all the fun stuff. Because, like, I was using some of these things. I'm like, this is, like, performing like shit against these bosses and mini-bosses and enemies. What does it mean by deflect? It means, like, you can block at the same time of when an enemy attacks you. You don't really take any damage. You take a lot less stamina damage, and it boosts your guard counters. I did not see any duo bosses, no. But when you attack the Wickerman's legs, it's like the fire giants where it does more damage after a few hits. Yeah, kind of. I kept hitting its legs, and like it kind of broke, and I did it to both of its legs, and it does... I don't know if it takes more damage or more stance damage. Like, the whole idea for the concept of the fight is that you're supposed to stance break it, because when you're trying to hit it, you're doing terrible damage. You have to stance break it, make it fall down, and riposte in its head. I did play with the Milady a lot, yeah. I talked about it in my video. How much runes do the enemies give? They give you, like, a healthy amount. I wasn't really tracking too much because I wasn't leveling up. But I remember dying with a couple 100,000 after I killed the boss, so... Kind of like the Door Guardian? Yeah, kind of like the Door Guardian, I guess. But, like, yeah. You just have to jump over all of its attacks. Because, like, when you were next to it, it just got a bunch of stomping attacks. You just have to keep jumping. What did Milady scale with? You can infuse Milady, so you can scale with anything. It gets pretty balanced requirements and scalings. I did not see any Godskin enemies, no. So my Lightning Spear won't hurt the bosses? Well, you get a better version of Lightning Spear in the DLC, the Knight's Lightning Spear. So... And it really fucked up Rolana, I'm telling you that. Rolana did not like it. I mean, she actually doesn't dodge projectiles, so you can use the lightning-based spells, and it's like always like raining in that boss room. You're just gonna do more lightning damage. Level system different than the base game? Well, like, it's the same like level system, but like it's like an additional level system. Where like you have to pick up items and then consume them at a grace to make yourself do more damage and have more damage negation. I didn't see any talismans that boost stance damage. I saw 3 talismans. 3?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Get him out of here. I saw 4 talismans. Did you have Ancient Dagger's Lightning Strike? No. We didn't have anything base game. Like no base game spells, no base game ashes, weapons. Like we had like a few talismans. I think we had like most of the crystal tiers, but like that was it. They just gave us like brand new stuff. Which boss gave you a hard time? I think I had more problems with Rolana than I did with the Lion. Both of them are going to be pretty challenging. I still don't know what build I'm going to go with, no. Items relating to the Gloam-Eyed Queen? Probably not. Any new weapon types from the base game? Yeah, I did, yeah. I talked about it in my video. Do you think the 2 legacy dungeons lead to areas? Yeah, they do. This legacy dungeon leads to some stairs into like some big door that we couldn't open. And the other one does, and after Rolana, it does lead to another area, which is progression. There was 2 remembrance bosses, yeah. See you, Ribbit. You have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you get a nice sleep. Thanks for answering our questions. You're welcome. We're doing lots of yapping, but we can finally talk about it. We're not going to be talking about the DLC after this because like people probably don't want to get spoiled. So there's people like that are not clicking on this video because they don't want to get spoils. So spoilers. Do you love yapping? I do. I like to yap. How did FromSoft contact you to play early? I mean, Bandai Namco did it, and that was like, they just sent me an email. Like 3 weeks ago, they're like, hey, we got a session this Friday. Do you want to come play? I'm like, oh, fucking yeah. Of course. Here, sign this. Say less. So I went, I met them, I sat down, I played the game. The level design is good. I don't know, I gotta like look more. I know this one is definitely gonna be like the best in terms of like level design, Ballarat. This one that has the potential to be like Stormvale Castle levels, although Stormvale Castle is pretty masterful. Like I know there's some areas that I didn't actually explore here, but it is pretty cool. 10 bosses, it'd probably be 10 remembrance bosses, yeah, because in the first 3 hours, we had access to 2 remembrance bosses, which my guess is there's probably going to be 10 remembrance bosses. And if I had access to 2 in 3 hours, the game is probably going to be like, you know, at least a 20 to 30 hour experience. And I was like rushing as well, so like, if you were to like thoroughly explore. If I want to thoroughly explore everything that we had to do, I could have easily spent over like fucking 5-6 hours. Just in that first section alone. Easily. Can you backstab with hand-to-hand weapons? Yeah, you can get critical attacks, yeah. Will perfume still be just as well? What do you mean? Well, perfumes... I mean, the perfumes in the base game are going to stay the same. This is going to be like perfume weapons now. I still don't know what build I'm going to go with, no. I still don't know. We're just going to like respec a whole bunch. Yeah, there was another remembrance boss. There was Rolana that we fought. Another magic person in a different legacy dungeon that is not seen here. And Rolana was cool. Very challenging. Cool attacks, a very cinematic boss fight. She actually looked really cool too. Do you think Mikula is the final boss? Maybe. I mean, it probably being like random enemy that we've just never heard of before. Like, because like you look at all the other DLCs, like the final bosses were like, how could we predict this? Like, we didn't predict the Orphan of Kos. We probably didn't predict Gale. I guess Manus is probably somewhat predictable. That actually sounds like a joke. Renala has a sister named Rolana, and she's a DLC boss. Yeah, so stupid. How much stuff do you think they've lifted from previous games and reskinned? I seen the flies from Dark Souls 3. I didn't think anything from outside of that. I think it's true though. The funny thing is, like, just past this section, just before this section, there's like a whole like little like underground swamp thingy that looked like those flies from Dark Souls 3. And it was like a whole bunch of them. Like, this is like exactly like the painted world. It's like identical. They even have like the same like flying sounds. And the grab attack as well. Can you actually play? See, it took a lot of hits to kill him with just the perfume. He's clearly not optimized. Probably just using some shitty ass build. Is Rolana a shard bearer? I did not get a great rune from killing Rolana. 150 is a level I recommend. 2 more big remembrance bosses. Plus 1 secret boss like Medir for 5 remembrance bosses. There's probably going to be a lot more than that. Like, it seems pretty large. Then they said themselves it's going to be the largest expansion yet, so I just don't see it being only 5 bosses. Like, and with it taking 2 years as well. Do you think the old weapons like Darkwind Greatsword will be better than new weapons? I don't think this DLC is going to have anything better than those 3. Like the Darkwind Greatsword, Blasphemous Blade, Mogwin Sacred Spear. I don't think anything is going to get better than those ones. Like, there will definitely be lots more fun weapons in the DLC compared to the base game. But, like, those things are just too broken. It'll be like similar to like Dark Souls 3, because like some of the best weapons in Dark Souls 3 are from the base game, so. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. There might be like one really broken weapon, but I don't know, I just don't really see it happening. I wouldn't be surprised either way, I guess. I don't know. Movesets are probably better for PvP though? Maybe, yeah. Coming from your YouTube channel? Nice. No chakram weapon type? Doesn't look like it. Is the Artorias Spin and Ash of War? Artorias Spin and Ash of War? What are you talking about? I did not pick up the Frost Perfumer weapon, so I don't know if it does... I don't know. I picked up the, or the one they gave us was the Fire Spark bottle. And that was like a fire damaging one. Actually, it looks like he has two, like one in either hand. I'm not sure if this attack that he uses is a power stancing combo because he has like a frost and a fire one. And it looks like he just uses just the one. I forget what it's scaled off. That's the thing as well. I forget. I mean, perfumes in the base game scale off like dexterity or something, right? I forget. The brave set is attainable, yeah. It's not called the brave set, but you can obtain it. So that attack, that's an Ash of War. And he did like a running attack that did on both hands. When he has like a perfume bottle on each hand. I'm not sure if he has two fire sparks or like one of them is the, it looks like two fire sparks. They're both orange. So I'm not sure if that's a power sensing combo. A Death Blight perfume. Happy to see you getting recognized by FromSoft. Yeah, it's cool. Defensive based talismans. We did have access to the defensive based talismans. Yeah, they gave us like a handful of talismans. It was like the ones, the stat boosting ones, the damage negation ones, and that was about it. They didn't really give us like any damage boosting talismans. So like Shard of Alexander wasn't there. Ritual Sword Talisman wasn't there. It was the stat boosting ones and damage negation. PvP will be awful, many broken weapons it seems. I mean, it can't be much worse than what it is right now, so. In terms of the balancing. Any new shield? There was a thrusting shield that you'll see soon. It's like a damaging based shield. It gets like a 3-hit light attack combo. There we go. There it is right there. So you try to do a charged heavy attack, but you missed. This is not my gameplay. I wasn't allowed to record my own gameplay. They gave us 13 minutes to all the content creators that went. So I wish I could record my own gameplay because I would have, you know, recorded everything and would have a lot more information to share, but and I could remember a lot more things. Favorite enemy or enemy type? I mean, typically like the night fights are always the most fun. That guy's weapon looks pretty cool though. I want that. I'm pretty sure this NPC was accessible, or you can see this NPC right at the beginning, or somewhat early on. I might be mistaking it for somebody else, but what if you can kill him for it? Strongest weapon I found? I mean, I couldn't really like test everything out thoroughly, so... The light greatsword seemed pretty good though. Best build in this game? I mean, faith builds are typically kind of broken. Jambatom, thank you for the follow. But you can make broken builds with everything, so... If you get a Blasphemous Blade, a Darkwind Greatsword, or a Mogwyn Sacred Spear, you're going to be perfectly fine. What's the deal with that double moon spell? They say it's not a projectile, but an AoE shockwave. Yeah, so like the moon spell is like identical. It looks the exact same as Renala's spell, like the moon itself. It summons two like side by side. They're kind of like overlapping each other. And it kind of like slowly comes up and it just fucking crashes to the ground. Like it crashes one at a time. So one will crash. The AoE shockwave covers the entire arena. This is when the boss uses it. I'm not sure how like the spell uses it. That's how well it works when we use it. But it crashes to the ground, does like a massive AoE shockwave. And then the second one comes down, another shockwave. You can jump over both of those attacks. And then she does a third one herself, where she slams to the ground. And you can't jump that one. That's all I know. I'm guessing when we use the spell, it's just going to be the two slamming attacks. It does float up, yeah. So like you still float up, just like the other spells, but you just summon two moons instead. And it just crashes to the ground. Any illusionary wars? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't hit any illusionary walls, but there probably is going to be. When you're allowed to show your gameplay, I don't have any gameplay. That's the thing. I wasn't allowed to record gameplay. So there is none. You just have to go based on what I'm telling you. You just gotta believe me. Were there just two full moons? Yeah, there were two full moons. Like they looked the exact same color as Renala's moons, but there were just two of them. That's one of the remembrance weapons or options, and the other one is her swords. Best NPC you found? I mean, I didn't really talk to all of them, but like... But I'd really like listen to their dialogue, I mean. But I talked to a few of them. They look kind of cool, though. What do the worms do when you hit them? They glow red, and then they grow really big, like, and really fat, and they, like, just fucking fling at you. Pretty funny. Will there be a playable demo? I don't think so. It'd be hard to have, like, you know, a DLC as a demo, you know? I don't know. I don't think they will. I did beat the Wickerman. It takes like a very long boss fight. Apparently, like, nobody else actually killed him. Well, like, I went because I live in Sydney. So I went to the Sydney one. And the guy was telling me, like, I don't know what happens when you kill this guy. Like, nobody else actually killed him. I was like, okay. So let's start, like, whacking at his leg. And you proc a stance break. Then you can get a riposte on its head. And it drops the deflect tier. Talked about it in my last video. Was a light greatsword best with dex? I think so. You can infuse it, and I think it was pretty balanced in, like, quality scaling, so. You live in Sydney? Yeah. You can go either way, I think. It doesn't really matter. It'd be fine either way. I don't know if the deflect tier... It should work on swords. I didn't test it out on swords. I just wish I tested it more because I didn't. I just used it, like, against a few enemies, and I used it with a shield. And mainly what I was doing was trying to test out, like, the damage difference that it actually gave for the guard counter and try and record how much less stamina it was actually consuming. But you block at the correct time, you take a lot less damage, a lot less stamina damage, and you gain the ability to get more guard counter damage. Did you actually play the DLC? Yeah, I played it for 3 hours. I think Vardy said it worked for shields. Yeah, I didn't test it out with weapons. I forgot. Is torrent mandatory for the golem fight? No. You can jump over his attacks pretty easily. The only time, actually, I summons torrent to, so that attack, you can just jump over it. With just, like, without torrent. But he did this, like, this one, like, jumping attack. And he, like, had slammed both of his legs. And it did, like, this massive AoE. And for that one... I don't think you can jump over it. You can probably just roll it. But I summoned Torrent for that one because it's always easy to dodge it. Why did you move to Sydney? I've always lived in Sydney. I've lived in Sydney my entire life. I'd never moved here. This is where I've lived. I'm Australian. That's what I'm here. Hardest boss in the DLC? Rolana. Why was I born in Sydney? I don't know. Do you plan on using the light greatswords for the full DLC? No, we're going to go test out everything and play with anything that I possibly get my hands on. Any additional madness stuff? Yeah, there's like one... I didn't actually see anything, but I have this one screenshot. There you go. Any remembrance weapon? The only remembrance weapon is a power stance light greatsword from Rolana that gets magic and fire-based weapon skill. You sound American? Do I actually? I mean, like, I'm not like, you know... Maybe when I'm, like, speaking to chat in the internet, I probably just don't have as strong as an Australian accent. But I don't really have a strong Australian accent anyway. I'm not, like, white, so, like... And Sydney don't really have that type of accent, I guess. Yeah, what's going on, fucking cunts? How are we? Been playing the new Elden Ring DLC, eh? It's been not too shabby. Sounds South African? South Africa. No, I don't. Maybe I do, who knows. Any new spirit ashes? There's a few spirit ashes, yeah. I didn't actually play with any, but like there's this one here. This like fucking bird. No. And there was actually this other knight. You actually don't see this knight, but it's actually in this legacy dungeon. And he has like this like hammer and it can like buff itself with like holy damage. It was like super cool. He like buffed it and like he slammed it down. It was like super clean. And I think that one was actually a spirit ash as well. And I wish he actually had that hammer drop because I wanted to test it out. What's the big katana weapon like? It gets like a mix up of like these like half downward chops and poking attacks. It's like, It's pretty cool. I like it. It doesn't really feel like any other weapon, honestly. It feels pretty different. Like cross Naginata two-handed? Kinda, yeah, kinda, almost. But like, it's still like half swings, and it still has like a, you know, the katana like stance to it, you know what I'm saying? How like he holds it like a katana and swings it like a katana, whereas cross Naginata is kind of more like fluid. Whereas like the katana is still a bit more rigid with its animations. They're slower than like regular katanas. They're kind of like as fast as like great or curved greatswords. Anvil hammer? Because I can't really remember exactly what it looked like. I did not fight any field bosses. No, I didn't see any field bosses. Was it new weak wildlife? No, I didn't see any new wildlife creatures. I saw like the same like deer and same sheep and stuff like that. Like the Neo Great Katana, I didn't actually play with the Neo Great Katana, so can't speak on that. Any new vendors? There actually was one vendor, I think it was, and I think it was probably selling materials and stuff like that. I forgot what they were selling. It was nothing like really significant. I forget. But there was one that's really like pretty early on next to a Grace. There's like a couple of NPCs around that location. Like there's two next to each other. I didn't see any new halberds, no. None of the regular type of merchants? No. It was like a unique merchant. It didn't seem like a Carlate traveling merchant type of thing. It was like a different one. It's like a unique merchant. Because it was like an actual NPC. I didn't notice anyone selling arteria leaves, no. We'll get a frayed blade like Ash of War? I don't think so, because, you know, the Moonveil katana is somewhat similar. And I think if they actually added something like the frayed blade, they'd probably like, that's just like the frayed blade. That's cut content. That's reusing content. Although the light greatswords, the stance kind of like does a flurrying attack. Because that's a stance. That stance is like super clean, by the way. That's like anime as fuck. That's like so edgy for no reason. And the fact that you can like walk while doing it too is like super clean. Any new things in the round table hold? Not that I noticed. I didn't really like explore the round table. Describe the Ash of War with the R'nala Twin Blades, or R'nala Twin Blades. Yeah, the fire-based version is like a fire tornado attack. It's like short range, but like it's a larger AoE. And the magic version is like a projectile attack, kind of similar to like the Moonveil horizontal swipe, but it's like it can project. It's a projectile instead, and doesn't really travel as fast. It's kind of like the Dark Moon Greatsword type of thing, but obviously nowhere near as much damage. Because I think it was like 10 FP for the magic version and like 25 for the Firestorm. It just seems like a worse version of the Sword of Night and Flame with the weapon skills in terms of damage and performance. I did not notice any reused bosses, no. So I didn't see any Erdtree avatars, didn't see any Deathbirds, no Knights Cavalry, didn't see none of those. Although the R'nala's blades are light greatswords that can be power stance, and they definitely feel more fun. It's more fun than the Sword of Night and Flame. But like the AoE Firestorm attack is pretty cool though. And it's cheaper overall, so. The fire tornadoes make me think of Stormcaller. It's not like that, it summons a tornado. It doesn't do like a... It just like, it summons a tornado, basically. And it actually has like the shape of a tornado. Deal of area denial? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Things would be unbalanced specifically in PvP. I mean, there is like now separate PvE and PvP balancing. So, can the throwing weapons be power stanced? I mean, like the throwing projectile weapons that you see. Like, these are just inherently power stance when you two-hand them. These are the only ones that we've got to play with, these throwing weapons, was just the daggers. There's probably going to be more different types of throwing weapons. There are other weapons that you can throw, but they weren't under the throwing weapons category. Like there was a great hammer, an axe, and a spear, but they were under the great hammer, axe, and spear category. What's it like when it's one-handed? What is? Yes, Rolana's weapon is Int and Faith, yeah. The throwing daggers, you saw it. It's just like throwing. It's like throwing one dagger at a time. See? But you just did one guard counter, so that's basically what it's like. The light greatswords are more quality. I think there's going to be some for both. There's going to be some strength and dexterity based ones. I'm betting at least. I don't really know for sure, but they can be infused. At least the mid-lady can be infused. So you can go either way. Thanks for answering the questions. Love from Canada. All good, Devious. I did not see any Godslayer incantations. Bloodborne Hunter cosplay gonna go wild? Yeah. For fleshed out weapon categories that we lack. The bear roar, I don't know what the bear roar does. Like I used it, the damage is not good. You can fully charge it. I think it actually buffs you with something. It probably boosts your damage for certain spells or something like that. It doesn't debuff enemies as well. Ice lightning, I didn't see any ice lightning stuff. No more greatswords? Well, I didn't see any greatswords, so didn't see any new status effects. The dual moon requirements, I don't know. Because it was part of a remembrance and I picked up the sword instead. And I don't remember what the requirements were for those. That's one thing that I didn't do. Is like track the scalings and the requirements of weapons and spells. Only one that I'd actually remember the requirements of was the minor Erdtree because I had a 70 faith requirements. I'm like, why is this so high? That's like the only one that stuck in my brain. I see nothing. I saw nothing Ghost Flame related, no. A bow is going to be even more irrelevant with the new ranged options? Yeah, probably. I didn't see walking mausoleums, and yes, there are map fragments, yeah. Same thing. There's map fragments, the map is the same way. It's like all the formula is the same. This guy's using a bow. It just looks like a regular, like, composite bow. Coolest enemy? It's probably like one of the knights. Wait a minute, there actually was this unique enemy. Fuck. I remember seeing this one unique enemy. It's like towards the ends of the Legacy dungeon, next to the boss in Ballarat. There was actually a really cool one. But now I'm forgetting what it actually was though. But I remember there being a really cool, interesting enemy that had like this crazy ass fucking moveset that just didn't stop attacking and had like insane range. But I forgot what it was. I just thought about it as you mentioned it. Did Milady have interesting lore? I did not read the lore descriptions of anything. Like I was just going. I had 3 hours. Like I wish I had more time. But I guess they gave us 3 hours just so we can like build hype, but not like really reveal too much, you know? The knights with the omen horns, that enemy was like, yeah, super cringe. I think it was a different enemy though, that I'm thinking of. It kind of looked like a knight, yeah, I don't know, I can't remember. Only 2 weeks left? Yeah, we got a couple weeks left, yeah. Funny thing is, the fucking Destiny expansion came out today, and I wanted to play it, but like obviously this happened. Had to be like this exact day, so we'll probably play the Destiny tomorrow. Was the Twitter image of the... Was it a Twitter image of the discus guy? I think it was. Unless like now that you're saying that my mind is like fucking me up, but I'm not even lying, I think it is. I think I remember seeing that discus guy. Hold the fuck up. I think you're right. Wait a second. Where are we at? I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is what they're talking about with the Godwin Knights, right? Is that what they were talking about with the Godwin Knights? Yeah, this fucking guy. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what people are talking about, yeah. Because I actually didn't even think about this. I wasn't... until you just mentioned it. Like, why are people talking about a Godwin Knight? But yeah, this enemy was like just before the boss. I didn't get those weapons to drop. He didn't drop them for me. Those things did not drop. Damn. I completely forgot about that. That's different? So like the Godwin Knight is different? He uses twin axes. Okay. Well, that's a different enemy then. Okay, I don't know about the Godwin Knights, but I remember fighting this guy. Maybe it was the Godwin Knight that had twin axes. I don't know. Is the Vardy video spoiling the lore? I think it does. I haven't seen it, but I might watch it after this. I was going to watch it on stream, but apparently there's like lots of like spoilers and stuff like that, so I don't want to spoil the chat. The Glintstone nail spell looks interesting. What's the single nail spell like? The single spell of Glintstone nail, it kind of like has like this similar like zigzagging effect. But it's just like one. It's like just one that kind of like just zigzags around. It's just like, it's 12 FP and it just does like pretty poor damage, but it feels like the enemies don't dodge it. Like it doesn't seem like an enemy's input read. Do enemies actually scale with you? I don't think so. Like this gonna be, the scaling is like the base game, but like your way to like level up is going to be via the scattered tree fragments. Do you think any weapon requirements will get close to 100? No. No, I don't think so. That'd be kind of insane though. The 150 characters were correct levels for the DLC. Yeah, you're gonna need at least 60 vigor from my experience. Like enemies hit really hard. And it's like if you want to use like scorpion charms and things like that, like scorpion talismans, you're gonna get fucked up. Like you're gonna need 60 vigor. Like I was using like damage negation talismans too, and I was like still taking a lot of damage. They hit pretty hard. I was hoping the single nail might be faster to cast. No, it's like a very similar cast speed. It's just like... just one. Were the spells lacking because they suck, or was the build not optimized? I was actually using optimized builds. Like, I was using the exact same build that I was testing out Knight's Lightning Sword, or Knight's Lightning Spear. I also used to go test out the Feathers spell, the Bloom spell, and like those ones were just shit. Like, I mean, they gave us like the Finger Seal, and I was like, I don't want to use a Finger Seal. So I literally ran to the, the Volcano Manor, and I picked up the Erdtree Seal, just so I could use that. I can't believe Warmth costs 70 faith. And it's not even that good at all. It's like 7 HP per second. Which like doesn't like Blessing of the Erdtree give you like 12 HP per second? It is going to be like less FP, but like you don't have to walk around. And it's like going to be like the last 90 seconds. Yeah, 12 HP per second for 90 seconds. Twice as much FP. And like lower requirements. So I don't understand the purpose of Minor Erdtree. Because you have to stay next to it. I don't know. Weird. I did not find any lava tiers in the DLC. I don't doubt there's going to be a bunch. I don't know. Hopefully there's a way to get an infinite amounts via like a Bell Baron or some shit, but... Can you single hands the martial weapons? Yeah, you can. They just do very basic movesets. Spend time running into the Volcano Manor? Yeah. Mike Barnes, thank you for the follow, man. They just didn't give us good stuff. I was like, okay, I gotta test this out with some like good shit. And were there normal materials like smithing stones? Yeah. There's no new upgrade system for like weapons. It's just for like your player character. Make it damage enemies? Probably. That'd be cool. Is a thrusting shield good? Because I heard that it isn't. I didn't like it. It's probably just gonna be like a regular shield, but like you just get like an extra like couple light attack combos. Like that's it. It doesn't feel. It feels like attacking with a normal shield. Like it still has bad range. Doesn't do anything special. There might be like some really cool, interesting ones out there, but favorites new weapon type. The light greatswords are pretty clean. I want to like the beast claws a lot, but I want to play with them more because like. A lot of my gameplay is playing locked off, and it seems it moves way too much with the beast claws, and it's gonna be hard to control. So I don't know if I'm gonna like it that much. Can you power stance the hand-to-hand? I only found, they only gave us one, and I didn't find a second one, so I don't know like if you can power stance it, but it's gonna do like probably the same moveset, right? Are the beast claws like the ones from Bloodborne? It's kind of similar how like when you have, or the beast claws, at least like the transformed version of the beast claws with like the unique rune, the beast rune, and it like swings like one after the other. But
your kind are not forgiven. The Erdtree is my people.
What do you call it? Fuck.
By Marika long betrayed.
Some like the heavy attacks and the weapon skills, like can kind of like go all over the place, and it's harder to like
When he says our delivery
aim.
will come,
Do you know if the invaders get damage negation buff when invading in the DLC area? I don't know. The online was not active to us. No online was active. So I don't know. I didn't ask that question either. I don't think they would have had that answer anyway. That's a good question though. Where is the map in the DLC? It's like, it's on a separate page. You gotta like toggle R1 to go to the map. Watch all the things Yui said were ass be the most busted weapons to use in the game? Maybe. I mean, I'm not saying they're ass. I'm saying that I just didn't think... Like, my first impressions were not that good. But that's because, like, the build wasn't optimized, so I can't really say that they were bad. You couldn't invade other playtesters? No. And I don't think I would have wanted to anyway. We, like, weren't online. I couldn't see anything. It was probably just, like, a separate thing. But, like, the only other... There was, like, 4 people there, you know? Like at a time for a session. So I was like playing, I was like me, person there, and there's like a couple people opposite me. And there's like 3 like journalists, like reviewers and stuff like that. I was like, I gotta test out all these other things. I don't have time to PvP and stuff. How many Crucible things did you come across? I came across what the Crucible wings. There's the divine bird feathers, which looks like Crucible feathers, but it's not called Crucible. Which is like a holy based fire surge. It's kind of shit. And then there's Crucible bloom. That does like that same like divine pillars that the Miranda flowers use, but it's a Crucible attack. So I don't know. There's probably some correlation there, lore reason, between the flowers and the Crucibles. How big was a legacy dungeon? Well, there's 2 legacy dungeons. This one was the largest one. Bellarats. This one had like lots of cool, like interesting paths to explore. I didn't get to explore the entire thing. There were some paths that I couldn't get to. Because I required some keys that I ended up finding, but I didn't go back to that location. So this one was like pretty large. It was kind of like Stormvale Castle size-ish. And the other one is kind of more like Carrier Manor size. They didn't showcase the Crucible spikes? No, we didn't actually get to fight that hippo. I didn't see no poison or rot in the first area, no. Where were the legacy dungeons? It was like very early on. Like there was like one to the left and one to like the right when she like kept progressing downwards. From memory. I think when you kept going all the way down there, I think to the right over here was like the Castle Ensis, and I think over here was Bellarats. I might be wrong though. Because I think down this way was kind of like nothing. Actually, no, it might have been... I might be wrong. I think there was another path that way for something. But like down here was like a cliff where you could like see like another part of the map. But then you progress that way. I think this DLC is going to be fucking huge. It's going to like wrap all the way back around. I don't know what the boss resistances were like. I don't think they're going to be that... I mean, the first 2 bosses are probably not going to be that bad. They're probably going to be pretty chill in terms of boss resistances. So you can, like, use anything. Heard a mention of the greater pest threads. Yeah, pest thread spears. I talked about it in my video. The tracking is not as good as regular pest threads, but it still hits enemies multiple times. It still hits larger bosses. So it can do some nice damage. You can fully charge it. I think it's like, I forgot how much FP. I talked about it in my video. It's just going to be a good alternative to pest threads if you want to fight those like smaller bosses, but also do good damage against large bosses. But it tracks okay. Is there like filler content for like lots of catacombs or more streamlined? It's the same formula. There's only, in this whole section that we had to explore, I think there was like 1 or 2 dungeons and like 2 legacy dungeons. So I think they're like not trying to fill it up with as much bullshit. They're trying to be very like deliberate with what they're doing and make it just like a nice cohesive experience. I didn't see any rats. I didn't see any underground areas either. They didn't mention those. Did you fight any bosses? Yeah, I fought a couple. Fought 2 remembrance bosses. This guy and another boss that you don't see. Pull up the first trailer. See where the dungeons are located. No worries, champ. Okay, Elden Ring trailer. This thing has 10 million views.
16.
See what things I recognize, because I haven't actually watched this in a while.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of
I wonder
men.
if that's like the blonde-haired knight, because the blonde-haired knight is like literally sitting like just here, like left of the egg. The blonde-haired knight chick is like chilling right here. I think with her helmet on as well. Her helmet is on.
There is nothing more terrifying.
I don't know what build I'm gonna go with. Okay. So this is like all the way down to the left. I think over there is Castle Ensis. You think I have to progress past this bridge? Because there's a legacy dungeon there. That's still early on. And I think back... I'm getting my bearings mixed up, I think. I'm pretty sure that's Castle Ensis. Level 500 new game plus 7 gonna ruin my first... I don't think so. Hold on a second. This is still the first area. I recognize that structure though. Level design straightforward like Dark Souls 3. Well, for like the legacy dungeons they are, but like it's still an open world game. Yeah, she's here as well. So you probably do see her later on.
In that forsaken place.
This is actually a chick, by the way. Actually, she was probably the one that sold, because this is the merchant as well, I think. I think this one you actually buy stuff of her. And I think there is the gates to Ballarat, which is like to the left. She probably sells the, the cookbook for the giant pots. Maybe.
Blood must spill.
We did not go to this location.
Blood of your
Did not go to that
fellows.
location.
The Erdtree
Did not
faithful.
access that location either. That seems like a dungeon. That seems like the dungeon that we could have accessed that I didn't actually access.
They will never.
And that seems like that's the gates to Ballarat. Ballarat, yeah. Because you kill the final boss and you go up the stairs and you can't go any further because it gets blocked by a door that you probably like access later on. So this is probably like one of like the last sections. This is probably like the final boss of the DLC. But you come back here later on. Vardy went to that dungeon over the lava? Yeah, I didn't actually go there. I didn't actually go to any dungeons. I just went to the 2 legacy dungeons. Why is it yellow?
They just happen to be on the losing side of a war.
Yeah, I killed this guy, yeah. Well, not that guy, the fire. Yeah. He drops a deflect hard too. The big flame guy, he's not a boss. The fire guy is just a regular enemy. This guy's a boss. This is in Ballarat. And that'll like, killing this boss will go lead to like the next section that's blocked off.
Mother,
We saw nothing about Mesmer.
Thou truly lordship.
Any chance the DLC will be big as the base game? Absolutely not, no.
So
At most, it would be like a quarter or a third the size. I'm guessing about a quarter. I don't recognize this location. This is also Ballarat. Did not pick up this bell, and I don't know where this is. What did that area looks familiar. Actually, no, this is Ballarat as well. I know this location is, yeah. This area kind of looked like where I fight an NPC invader. There's like an NPC invader in this like open circle section. I'm pretty sure there was. And I think that's where I picked up the Crusade insignia. It's like a couple weeks ago when I played it. I don't know how big the DLC is going to be. This kind of looks like Rolana's boss room. I'm not even lying. It kind of looks like Rolana's boss room. Isn't there like a water puddle at the ground? It's like normally like a big... kind of looks like a boss room. It's not the other side of the boss room because like the other side of the boss room, to enter it, you're actually indoors. That actually looks exactly like her boss room. What the fuck? Why is there a knight there? Yeah, because that's their boss room. Because there's a big circle puddle in the middle. What the fuck? Why is there a knight there? Maybe they just put a knight there just to showcase some gameplay? Because there's a boss fog there. Huh? The knight is their true form. That's interesting.
I presume you, too, are keen to know.
This guy... There's probably like his armor set as well, but you fight a guy that has this thingy, like in a little... Like a small little boss room. He's like an NPC boss. Has a lot of health. I didn't see any new great runes there. We didn't go to this location. This seems like some cool sword. Didn't see that fucking thing. Didn't see this guy either. Didn't see that guy.
Those stripped of the grace
Same as that guy.
of gold shadow
No, it's another guy.
in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Come now. Touch the withered arm and travel to the
Yeah, those shields are
realm of
ass, bro.
shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
That's cool though. Anyway. That's funny to watch that back and be like, hold on a second. But that literally was Rolana's boss room. Huh. Is the cutscene slower as well? What cutscene? Only cutscene that I saw was like this guy's. I actually skipped this cutscene, but this is basically the cutscene that he has. I'm not sure like what actually happens in the cutscene. It probably just works like that. How big the Omen Lion's head when you wield it? It's pretty big. It's like not like comically large, but like it's large enough. It's like one of the largest helmets in the game. But it's pretty funny though. Do you still use Melina to level up? Well, you level up with a Grace. I actually don't see Melina at all. I actually didn't see like a dialogue option to like talk to Melina in the DLC. And she was still alive when I was playing, so... Crucible Knight Ash of War with the Twin Blade is sick? Yeah, it is. I didn't see any heavy thrusting swords, no. It's got like lots of like lightning attacks and crazy ass frost attacks. It's kind of wild. Why is this the only day that we're allowed to talk? I mean, because after this, I don't want to have people come into my chat and like, because some people don't get spoiled. So I was going to talk about everything like spoiler related. And then after this, I'm not going to really talk on the DLC much until like it obviously comes out. Because there's going to be people that come into my stream and not want to get spoiled about the DLC. So that's why we just talk about it today. Of which, We're pretty done. There is no other hub world that I'd noticed. Where was the event hosted? Well, like I got invited to like the Bandai office. There's like a bunch around. There's one in Sydney, which is where I live, and I was lucky enough to just live nearby. And they just invited me. It's like, hey, look, you want to come by? It's like, yep. Say less. Anyway, any more updates? I'm gonna post anything on Twitter, so you can go follow me here. Anything that I find out that I remember, or anything new that I find out, I post it there. Anyway, did you go to the blue place? I did not go to the blue place, no. Did not. Did Roderica or Gideon have new dialogue? I didn't check. I didn't really spend much time in the roundtable hold, only to like really get my remembrance handed in. Anyway, God, any NPCs that everyone likes? And I didn't really talk to the NPCs. I wasn't like really paying attention to their dialogue. Obviously, my content is gameplay related, so like I was trying to get content to talk about spells and weapons and stuff like that. I know other people are gonna focus more on the like the lore side of things. The legacy dungeons were like roughly the same size as the base game, yeah. The shield twin blade thingy? Well, the shield and twin blade are not like a pair. That was like the separate things. I actually didn't see any twin blades. In terms of like the thrusting, I think like the actual shield itself, I'm not sure. I forget what the scalings were. Anyway, we're done for today. We are done. Appreciate everyone stopping by. The Crucible Wings are an Asher War. They're not exclusive to anything. You can put them on many different weapons. Actually, it's different depending on which weapon you put it onto. Anyway, we'll be on tomorrow. I probably want to play the Destiny expansion tomorrow. So probably not even Elden Ring related. But then we'll get back into Elden Ring. Probably doing some like no-hit runs or stuff. Anyway, thank you guys for stopping by. And I'll catch you guys around. Bye. See yous.